And here we go. Yeah, this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a real joy for us to welcome you here at QA Global Summit 2024 by Geekle. As always, I'm so happy, I'm so proud to have so many people today, and everybody's so excited. And I'm welcoming here our Sia, our beautiful event manager. How are you, Sia?
Thank you for the introduction. I'm great. I'm super excited. It was my first event for the QA community, and it turned out pretty good. I'm really happy to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. The QA community is real great. I really love it. I don't know why, but not so much QA events on the web. I mean, the virtual events, and we turned into one of central events of our industry by different tabloids and portals. So I'm happy to admit that we are like useful. That's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, we welcome you here. Please write in chat. Where are you now? Where are you based? What country? What city? Because it really excites the team to see how many people around the world are connected live. Like 85% of participants are usually watch this stream and recordings, but it's so great pleasure for me to see people from all around the world. Yes, I see you sharing your socials. Yeah, go ahead. We're here for networking, and I want to read. Yeah, greetings from South Africa, and we already connected just now on LinkedIn. Hello from Lova. Okay, hello from Finland. Kiev, Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Hello from Portugal, Tunisia, Moldova, Nepal, Lithuania, Estonia, Frankfurt, Germany, Indonesia, and I can read that. Oh, that's imagine. Comments. People, thank you very much for sharing. Keep writing your places, please. Novi Sad, Serbia. Cool. That's awesome. Um, I want to say thank you to every speaker who joined this event. Actually, to our head of program committee, Sergey Rusinchuk. He is the first speaker today also, and I will invite him soon. I see him on the backstage. He is ready also. And yeah, Sia, let's talk about this event. Let's give the perspective of what's going on, how it will happen. Just to mention, we have 1,700 registrations plus. No, it says plus. Okay. We have 16 speakers, 8 for junior and 8 for senior track. And junior track will have 4 blocks today and 4 Q&A sessions as always. It will last 6 hours today, and tomorrow completely same. 4 blocks, 4 Q&A sessions, and 6 hours. It's gonna be great, and I would love to hear something more from you, how you gathered that, and what's the idea behind the event.
It was really a pleasure to gather the QA Summit as we had an amazing program committee. Sergey and Yuhan helped us so much. We really had a full picture what is on demand and what should we bring to the community. So yeah, I was happy to reach out to really relevant people who would like to deliver relevant content and bring something new and fresh and innovative. So I would like to encourage our dear audience to do not forget write your questions to the chat as we have a Q&A session after each two presentations, which is an incredible opportunity to ask the questions you haven't had a chance to ask before or to clarify some points in the presentation and really get some insights from the expert in this field. And also, if you are joining for the junior track, you have a chance to join for the senior track with 20% discount. Buying a full access ticket, it allows to watch all the speakers' performances. Also, those who bought a full access ticket will get a certificate by mail after the conference, and they will also get individual recordings of the speakers at the end of the week. And it's also great chance to rewatch and refresh something you heard.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And I cannot stop reading that because people say, hey, from Kathmandu, Nepal. Hello from Romania, UK, Macedonia, Mumbai. Again, Macedonia, Egypt, India, Hungary. Again, Macedonia. Wow, lots of QA engineers in Macedonia today with us. And yeah, more and more LinkedIn profiles. I will follow you guys for sure during this event. And yeah, few words about topics of this conference. We will start with the rise of general QA engineer role in software development by Sergey Rosenchuk. And also we'll talk a lot about generative AI today and tomorrow especially. And we'll hear about generative AI and prompt engineering. We'll also hear about events in testing events and periodic automation, testing through the lens of emotional intelligence. That would be something interesting today. And software test leadership, ChatGPT in test design, also intriguing, right? What else interesting? Advanced testing optimization, and for yeah, also testing and generative AI will be interesting topic tomorrow. Open AI specifications to executable contracts. Well, nice. And mobile app testing strategy. So many AI topics and lots of engineering topics for this event, and I'm so happy. And again, I see from Romania and hello from Ukraine again. Yeah, still Lebanon, Serbia, again Portugal, Pakistan. So many people, so many people. Thank you very much. All around the world, so big community. Well, what's next here? What should we mention additionally?
Yes, so I would like to mention that this conference season this spring is really important for us as we are doing conferences almost every week. And next to prepared are React Global Summit. If you have someone in mind who might be interested in this event, we also gathered a great program, 2 full days, senior and junior tracks as well. Nice opportunity to get some new knowledge, new insights, to learn what's new to the market, best practices from best experts in the field. And next one, 2 weeks apart on June 1st, 4th, would be the first part, junior track of Angular Global Summit, which will also have a senior track on June 25th. And what can I say? Amazing program, great speakers, fresh topics. Feel free to share this information with relevant colleagues of yours.
Great. Yes, thank you. And hello from India twice, from Tunisia twice, 3 times from Tunisia, again from Tunisia, and hello from Romania. Oh, wow, there's a fire in the chat. Thank you very much. Please do share your socials. I will follow you and also follow our speakers. I think, I don't know, no more chatting. Let's invite Sergey and let's start conversation. Let's start moving close to these awesome content and line up, okay?
Sure, I'm going backstage. The stage is yours.
All right, I'll be moderating this first. Yeah, here he
Yeah,
is.
hey everyone, guys. Happy to be with you again. It's a pleasure for me. I just enjoy every conference that Geekle makes. That's awesome. That's incredible and wonderful. Thanks for such a great opportunity.
Wow, pleasure to hear actually. Yes, Sergey is our great friend. He helps us a lot. Thanks to him, we have that great community here. And how are you? Where are you now? What's on your mind? What are you going to talk about? Just to give us a small teaser now.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Thank you. Currently in Germany. I'm thrilled to start my talk regarding pretty new position. It is going to be more famous
Hmm.
inside the software development process. General QA engineer. Not everyone knows about it, so I would like to bring it up to everyone and to show some benefits for employees, for organizations, how to make this transition, how to motivate your team to go to this new position. I don't know. We even will speak about a little bit about the future of quality assurance, my forecast on it at the end of the speech. So it is going to be very interesting. I
Yeah,
promise.
I'm sure it will. Okay, I see more people from Jordan, from other side, from Nepal, from Macedonia, Portugal, from France. Okay, bonjour, and Tunisia too, and Warsaw. How are you? We're doing pretty great. And yeah, please, if you have ever heard about general QA engineer in your career, in your life, please hit me the plus. If never, hit minus, and we will get started with this great talk. Sergey, the stage is yours. Please do your magic.
Okay.
We're all ears. Let's get it started.
Thanks a lot, Ed, for such incredible introduction. All right, let then start. I believe here we have my presentation on it. I have already made a short introduction on what we are going to cover today. So let then go further. General QA engineer. The general QA engineer role is not so popular right now, but it is going to be very popular soon. And I'm seeing the positive tendency that this position is going to be more famous and more popular inside the companies. Small, big enterprises, FANG companies, and yeah, that's such a trend we have for now. Here we have a small introduction from me on this position. The general QA engineer role is on the rise as software projects become larger and more complex. General QA engineers have a broad set of skills to test complex systems end-to-end, going beyond the traditional QA role based on component testing using manual and automation skills. They bring new perspectives by not being tied to one specific domain. This helps them test software more holistically across traditional boundaries. Let's move forward to the skills and overview. What kind of skills the general QA engineer position has to have? and what it's like a mix of manual testing, test planning, automation, and reporting. If we are talking about manual testing, not junior, but general QA engineer performs manual testing of software application to identify defects and quality issues. By having such activity as test planning, he or she creates detailed test plan that cover various test cases, scripts, defects management, and etc. The third one, obligatory skill that has general QA engineer to have is automation. He or she has to automate test cases and build different frameworks for improved test coverage and efficiency, and of course reporting for the further analysis. General QA engineer analyzes test results, writes detailed reports, and communicates status to stakeholders by building great communication and communication with stakeholders by showing what the results of testing. To sum up this slide, I have wrote that the general QA engineer plays a crucial role in software quality by executing comprehensive testing, identifying defects, and communicating risks. Oh, sorry, it seems my slides didn't go right. Sia or Ed, could you jump in?
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, you probably sticked on the first one. I thought it's an idea.
No, it wasn't an idea. Sorry, I will reshare my screen. Oh,
no, we have another one.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry, I have
Yeah,
to
but probably it's still not proper actually, because it's it's darker. So maybe try to go far and back. Sorry, people. We need to fix it up.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't change. Just share, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's alive.
Yes, sometimes it happens.
So yeah. Yes, and
let's try. Yeah, it goes. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, cool. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Yes, so we had such this slide, and the next slide we have already covered it. Let's move forward to the next one. We are going to talk about benefits for employees. 6 of them I have wrote here. The first one is flexibility. If we're talking about flexibility, having both skills allows testers to adapt to different projects and testing needs. The second one is employability. Manual and automation skills make testers more attractive candidates for QA roles. Efficiency. If we're talking about efficiency, automation speeds up repetitive test cases while manual testing finds gaps. The fourth one is collaboration. Manual testers and automation engineers can work together to achieve comprehensive testing. Problem solving, manual testing helps debug issues, while automation provides reliable regression testing. And of course, knowledge. Developing both skills gives a broader understanding of the testing processes. So to sum up, general QA engineers are like universal soldiers in quality assurance, like individual contributors. Let's move forward to the third part of this presentation. Unfortunately, we see the trend that many companies are cutting their costs on software development, on the employees, and etc. So before we are moving forward on the to talk about on the benefits for the companies. We will talk a little bit about this cost reduction, workforce reduction in 2023 that happens the last year. We see that there were significant workforce reduction. Top tech companies like Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, and Meta made workforce reduction in 2023 as per Crunchbase. Highest reduction was made by Amazon. Amazon reduced its workforce by over 16,000 roles, the highest one among big tech firms. And other FANG companies impacted. FANG companies, it's Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. They also reduced, unfortunately, during the last years, thousands of roles. A leading tech firms reducing workforces significantly in 2023, as per Crunchbase data indicating challenging micro environment. This trend showed to us that we need to adapt to the changes that macro situations shows to us in the whole world, and the general QA engineer position will help us to stay on the top of the market, to be actual with your skills and etc. To decrease the risk of not being fired, I would like also to say. So we already talked about the benefits for employees. Let's switch to the benefits for organizations. The first one is improved efficiency. Automating repetitive tasks allows employees to focus on higher value work. The second one is very important because every product has to be sold. So we are making faster time to market. We are making it more efficient. Automated testing enables quicker product iteration and feature releases, and of course, cost savings. Reduced overhead from manual testing and bug fixing. Adopting a general QA model provides many benefits that improve operations and the bottom line. How to make this transition? I have highlighted here and emphasized 5 steps to make this transition. The first one is you should research the QA field, learn about the day-to-day responsibilities, required skills, and career trajectories in QA roles by reading job postings and taking to people in the field. Joining such an amazing conferences as Geekle makes also is a part of this first step. The next one is get relevant experience. So gaining hands experience by volunteering for QA tasks in your current role or working on open source QA projects in your spare time. Learn in-demand skills. Take online courses, get certified in manual automated testing to build your technical expertise in QA testing tools and methodologies. Don't forget, before submitting applying for the job, to update your CV. You should tailor your CV to highlight QA-related experience, skills, and certifications, and quantify your testing contributions. And the last one in this process, by making the transition to this new role, is attending local tech meetups to connect with QA professionals, practice interviewing, and emphasizing your transferable skills. The good Point is also when you are a lead of manager, head of, I don't know, director of QA in your company, you may ask how to motivate my team to switch to this new position. Here I have five different, how to say, different points. Sorry, and let's go one by one by discussing each of them. The first one is you have to highlight increased responsibility, explain how the new role comes with more responsibility and ownership of over product quality, emphasize learning opportunities, point out how the role allows them to expand their skills and knowledge, of course, offer new challenges. Note how the role provides fresh challenges to reinvigorate their work. Promise professional growth. I guess everyone wants uh, to grow professionally. So assure that the role set them for career advancement, and of course, recognition is essential part of you as being leader of the team to recognize the successes of your team. So don't forget to reward good work, develop incentives and recognition for strong performance. The next one, the next slide, I would like to talk about the future of quality assurance, that my own forecast, how our field, our industry will develop in the several next years. We see very popular trend and tendency on shift left testing during the last several years. Testing will shift earlier into the development life cycle with more testing in development and pre-deployment. So it is also about the discovery phase on the product's discovery stage. And yeah, the earlier we define bottlenecks, the earlier we define some possible bugs, it will be easier, not easier, but cheaper for the products and for the stakeholders to move your product further. Expansion of automation, of course. Test automation across the testing pyramid will increase, especially API and UI automation. We're not limited here only with API or UI automation. We're talking about here also about vulnerability testing. If you guys have security testing implemented at your products and companies, also about data testing. If your product has much data in it and you require this one to have. AI assisted testing, of course, very hyped topic. OpenAI recently has released the new version of its product, and it is really mind-blowing, and I'm using every single day this as an assistant in my daily routine. So AI and machine learning will be used to optimize test design, generate test cases, predict defects, and self-heal tests. The next one of my prediction of the future of quality assurance is testing in production. More testing will take place in production environments to validate real user workflows and find defects. Security testing grows. Testing for security vulnerabilities will become more prevalent across the development life cycle. No one wants uh, to have data leakage, to be hacked and etc. Because it has such a great impact on the reputation of the company and a loss of much money. I predict the security testing will also will be more popular in the coming years. Testing culture change. Testing will become a shared responsibility across roles, not just the QA team's responsibility. Yeah, that's a very typical quote. From time to time, here I'm hearing that quality assurance QA team is only responsible for quality. I disagree with that absolutely. It's a responsibility of every person who is involved into the software development lifecycle, starting with, I don't know, business analysis or product research or a discovery phase. So it is everyone's responsibility, not only QA teams. I'm going to wrap up with my presentation today. I found across the internet very nice quote from Elon Musk that correlates with my today's presentation. The future belongs to those who learn more skills and adapt to automation. And the next slide will show my own quote and for sure a QR code on LinkedIn. But let's start with my quote that I crafted and designed during preparation to this talk. Embrace the evolving landscape of software testing. General QA engineers are transcending boundaries, bridging the gap between manual and automation testing to ensure the quality and reliability of software products in an ever-changing world. Here you have my QR code. I will be happy to see you in my LinkedIn community. Please scan it, add me there. I also have started my own YouTube channel. It doesn't have thousands of subscribers, but I'm sure I will develop myself also in this field. So don't hesitate to add me using this QR code. I will be happy to see you there.
Yep. Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you for the introduction in the role. It was, nice managerial and strategic talk. By the way, please, right now, could you share your link for your LinkedIn in chat, because I have connected all people who just send the link, and probably it will be also good for you. Still, in a nutshell, just become the general QA engineer and do not afraid to be replaced by anything or get troubles with your career, right? Is
Correct.
that the idea?
Yeah, that's the main point that I wanted to highlight. Just to look into this direction, probably you will switch there and decrease the risks to be fired sometime in the nearest future. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we cannot actually impact on an economical situation, right? On these layoffs and stuff. But when it comes to tough decisions for managers, of course, you need to keep your business going, and people who are more productive and can cover more tasks and cover more responsibility with their skills, I would definitely be following you anywhere. Yep. Thank you very much for this
Right.
presentation. I still cannot see the next speaker of ours at the backstage, but let's do this. I see um, more LinkedIn accounts in chat. Yep. A nice
Probably
question. Yeah.
Sorry, probably we can cover several questions from the audience if
Well, we have time for the Q&A session probably, and I have my questions for you, and also on this role and on a strategy. But maybe you are right. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should talk more about. Yeah, we have the question. Why not? While we're waiting for the speaker, because yeah.
I was a bit
Mhm.
faster, yeah. 6
No
minutes more.
worries.
5.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the question. Could you please read it for us and maybe answer?
Yeah. Isn't it everyone's responsibility to bring value to the project, grow skills and be worth more? How this role different from and software development in testing? Yeah, of course, it is everyone's responsibility to bring value to the project. But by making this presentation, I was focused more on the transition. So for now, we have like a direct so for now, these two positions, I mean, manual QA engineer and automation QA engineer are strictly divided, and this one is like a mix, as I told during my talk. Yeah, general QA engineer for sure will bring more value to your project, and yeah, by having to have this position, you should definitely grow skills and be worth more. And how this
And
role Mhm.
yeah, go and how? Yeah.
Yeah, how is this role different from as that? I would say that that position is more technical, and you should have so the to be general QA engineer, you shouldn't be so technical and know bunch of different programming languages as far as that. So I would say it is easier to jump into the market firstly with the general QA position than with that. As far as I know, they need to have at least 3 or 5 different programming languages years of experience but with general QA engineer position, you can start with at least one programming language, for example Python or Java, and to develop yourself in this direction. Yeah, so that is more technical, much more technical person as general QA engineer. Yeah, but it correlates also with this position. Correct.
Yep. Thank you very much. And apparently, I see the button hide this question is missing. So probably the streaming platform we're using needs some more testing
Yeah.
attention. Anyway, we still have a few minutes now, and yeah, let's talk about generative AI because this is a buzz. This was something scaring, especially what's gonna be with manual testing engineers and stuff. First question: do you use generative AI?
Yeah, for sure. I'm using it every single day. Uh, more manager's position, they have to generate so much different reports, so much different texts, and etc. So yeah, it is such a valuable assistant in my daily routine. So I cannot imagine my life without, I don't know, Copilot from Microsoft or from Google, this Gemini or OpenAI solution. They are like headliners, I can say, that with its ChatGPT. So yeah, for sure, I'm using it every single
Yeah,
day, not only at
and
work.
yeah, so because those nice voices they rolled out, they can like make you feel better or whatever you want, right?
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, but do you use generative AI? I don't know, you mentioned Copilot or Gemini for, I mean, real testing tasks. I mean, for real testing.
Oh, I'm not testing on my on position. I am mostly focused on the processes, and yeah, I do not make any manual or automation testing. But it very helpful. It is very helpful in making different reports for
All
stakeholders.
right.
Yeah, for, I don't know, to build up a new process, or yeah, to prepare yourself before a knowledge sharing session. Yeah, because we have a
Sure.
very, yeah. But as far as I know, our manual QA engineers, they are also using it, but more as assistant. For example, they have to write the very complex query in SQL, right? So they are, or just to check if the query is correct, because they are experiencing some error. So yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
that's
Cool. All right. Cool. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you for your presentation and your perspective. And we have
for sure.
Jonathan Wright with us. Hello. How are you?
See you.
Hey, lovely to see you both. How is things?
Well, we have this managerial talk, and it's about keeping our places. So it was pretty nice reminder to go wider in skills. And how are you? Where are you now?
I'm currently in Oxford in the UK. I'm actually doing a lot of travel in the next few weeks. I'm in LA. Sorry, I'm in Vegas next week for AI conference. And then the week after, I'm in Athens doing a workshop. And yes, and then the week after at Eurostar in Sweden. So a lot of travel, a lot of conferences. It's quite exciting time. So looking forward to sharing some insight into into Gen AI, which is obviously a massively talked about topic at the moment.
Yeah, and your topic also is about the generative AI, and I see this title, Chief AI Technology Officer. So you're kind of believer in AI. So our Q&A session gotta be real hot because I'm not so much.
I know. Well, it's designed at beginners, this track, so we will try and keep it nice and easy and at high level, and try and give people a bit of a taste for how to use some of this technology in the real world.
All right, and you have some nice tool that follow in your camera for you. It's so nice.
Also,
Okay.
a bit of AI as well to add a bit of flavor to the use of AI, shall we say? But
Oh, real. I want one. Okay, the stage is yours, generative AI in testing. And please do your magic. How generative AI and prompt engineering turn testers into superheroes, not replacing them. Let's do it.
thanks, Ed. So hopefully my screen will come up here. Fantastic. And there is some video in here. So if you can't hear it, just ping me. I'm sure I'll jump in and I can narrate it as well. I just wanted to show you some kind of hands-on. So I know we've only got half an hour, and then we're going to go into some Q&A afterwards and bring back the previous guest. So let me kind of get started. So bit of a topic. I wanted to kind of set the scene a little bit. I think the intro there, I've been doing AI now for building onto systems probably the last 5 to 10 years. I was based out in Silicon Valley for a while. And I've spent the last 6 months, 6 to 12 months building a Gen AI solution that went live back in January. So, people actually using the system, which is quite nice to get some feedback from the real world. If you don't have access to a GPT, you can always go to jonathan.ai and talk to my GPT, which will do the same kind of thing. But let me get into a bit of fun to start this off. And what I thought I'd do is get the interactivity going and talk about turning testers into superheroes. So you can see here, I've got some image to image. So using a baseline image of myself, using easy diffusion on the left-hand side to generate some Captain America videos. Pictures, and as you can probably see on the bottom right-hand corner is actually the Captain America movie, which I feature in the next 30 seconds. So if you can spot either via 1 or 2, then I will make sure I give a copy of my AI augmented testing. So somewhere in the next 10 seconds, I feature. It's not very prominent, but it's somewhere around there. So you might see me, you might not see me. Okay, anyway, let's move on. So this is image to image. The next one is around image, text to video. So this is runway.ai. And what this again is doing is you're literally using a definition, i.e. a prompt, and it is then generating a video out of the back of it. Obviously, you can see it's only a few seconds long. It takes obviously a huge amount of compute because it's having to do every single frame in succession and understand how each, frame by frame. And if to 30 frames, a lot of data to be crunched. So, people refer to me, Joe Colantonio refers to me as the automation cyborg, sent back from the future to help save the world from bad software. So I run a number of podcasts. I'm the host of the QAlead.com. I'm also the host of Test Talks, both of them with about 50 episodes, which are both available on the Apple and Spotify and Google podcasting systems. So go check those out. But sending myself back in time a little bit, I did a TED talk back in 2017, which is feels like a long time ago, around cognitive engineering, around artificial intelligence. And you can literally go to TED.com and type in my name and you can watch that. It's only 15 minutes long. But, part of it is I talk about this kind of this future state of being a digital pioneer and how to use these tools or become digital native with these tools. And I guess, you're on the junior track today. The goal of really coming away from this session is that you can actually go off and use these tools and get some better prompts to help you with to create better tests, shall we say. And it is tester in the loop. So that's the idea behind it. So, let me quickly go back to 2017 and highlight some of the kind of the output from that session that I did. And I kind of gave a bit of an intro that, I was based out in the Valley. And I don't know, for those people who've never heard of Keysight is the original Hewlett and Packard, which is in the garage that started Silicon Valley on the back. Where I am now is a few miles away from somewhere called Bletchley Park, which is where Alan Turing wrote his original papers on the singularity and artificial intelligence in 1950. So we are quite 74 years into that journey and still going strong. But, it's interesting that actually it did all begin for us when we're talking about building and testing. And we're Keysight are now the largest pure play testing vendor on the planet, which is a few £billion company. Taking that and actually taking that innovation to do testing and building systems from 1939 onwards. And you can see me here at, I think it's Star West with the HoloLens. So I was last year or a few years back, I was talking about the metaverse. I'm actually now moving on to talking about quantum computing and quantum testing at my next event, actually. So, things are moving very fast in this kind of industry. And I suppose, we look forward now to 2024 and we've got this I guess, massive expectation around, AI augmented testing. And I say it based on a few things. First, it's become the most relevant topic, which you probably saw last year as a lot of people talked about it. There wasn't a lot of people building, I suppose, AI augmented testing systems, which is why I'm going to show you the one that we built back in January to give you a bit of flavor to what you could expect and what that could mean for you as an organization. And, I think secondly, you look at things like Gen AI, and there's a promise around this kind of 35% of the digital grind being removed by 2025, which is only next year. I genuinely think that's about accurate. I've been using Copilot for Windows 12, and I've been using some of the next generation Microsoft visualization of thought stuff, which I'll briefly show you at the end, which actually does what they call open-ended tasks. So instead of you doing automation, which is like task by task, click on this, do this, you're literally saying to it, go off and, set up my ERP system, and it will just go off and build an ERP system. And, I think that promise is quite interesting because, when we link in the power of these kind of technologies with the rest of the Web 4.0 stack, suddenly it becomes incredibly powerful to the point where it could potentially, take away a lot of this pain points. But I still think testers are going to be one of the few things that aren't completely removed. And I say this not only because otherwise everyone would be upset on the call, but secondly is because it is absolutely at the top of the Gartner curve at the moment. And you can see lagging behind it is prompt engineering. And that's why I wanted to talk a little bit about prompt engineering. I'm going to share you some patterns that hopefully will help you become a superhero when it comes to doing testing. And, I think what's really interesting about this, especially this hype cycle as well, is that these kind of technologies have new use cases. And those use cases that you might be thinking, well, what are the use cases? Because you do a lot of this by yourself manually at the moment. And, I think you've probably seen things like Copilot for GitHub, which does code generation. And I guess a lot of people started with, I know we just need to generate code, right? But in actual fact, when we did a survey, and this is done with IDC, actually the use case that we fixed on wasn't around code generation, was actually more around test design. And, I spend a lot of time with Paul Gerard, and, we're always talking about test design and the amount of effort and time that's required, even if you're an automated tester. So helping you create better tests, the right tests, I think is definitely a use case that would definitely work for testing using these type of technologies. And then I think this isn't one of my quotes, but I think one of the things where it's worth thinking about is, it's not going to be AI that replaces you. It's a person using AI. And I've already started seeing this happen in the real world with some of the Microsoft Graph and Copilot functionality for O365, is that actually you'll be outperformed by somebody else who are using these tools, or you will outperform somebody who maybe has got 10 years experience in testing and you might only have one. You might outperform them because you're using an AI with better prompts and you've got pretty much a prompt for everything. I know I say that as the nicest possible thing. But another reason to be thinking about this is that actually, if you look at how much the rates are going for prompt engineers at the moment in the Valley, 335K isn't a bad starting salary, right? So, the fact that it's worth potentially investing some of your time to get better at this would make a lot of sense. And this is actually a picture a couple of weeks ago in Sweden. So anyway, let's get into it. Let's get into the kind of the graph, I suppose. There's some of these stats, and you can always take stats for whatever you kind of think for a second. But typically, the numbers that my friend Diego, who's the lead analyst from Gartner at Forrester, sorry, he won't like that. I've just said that. Mentions around this kind of 20% coverage number. Now, we can say, oh yeah, I've got 100% test coverage for all my tests for every product, for every system, for every interface, for every API, every NFR. But I think we probably find that maybe we're not doing that. So trying to get to that holy grail of beyond 70% test coverage. And then also keeping up at the speed of DevOps, you know, this whole, well, they're building 10 times faster because they're using Copilot for GitHub. How do we test 10 times faster? That's a real challenge, right? So, you know, I said that I'd spent the last year building a system out. You know, the reason we ended up starting doing this is, you know, about a year and a bit ago when Copilot and OpenAI was really just at the start of their, you know, domination, should we say, for a second, is we realized very quickly that actually systems will massively hallucinate if you just pass it something and say, okay, you know, here's a requirement document, which you can do now with a GPT of your choice. You know, give me, create me all the tests for all those requirements. I can pretty much guarantee to you that it won't work, you know, and it's not because a large language model isn't the right answer. It might be partly the question, but, you know, the other reason is that it's not as simple as that. You know, you've got to do it like you would do any other micro tasks. You've got to do it individually. You've got to break down all the requirements, understand which ones are security, performance, usability, whatever else it is. You've then got to create the right test for those individual requirements. You've got to ask it the right questions. This is an incremental process. This isn't just one-shotting a prompt. It will just not work. The same thing is if you give it your existing tests, which, you know, people have thousands of tests. I went to see a bank quite recently and they said, oh, yeah, we got 6,000 test automation scripts or, you know, 14,000 tests. Okay, well, if we feed those tests in and we say, create me a better set of tests, again, it will give you garbage in, garbage out. Not saying that your tests are garbage, but it needs to understand the contextual awareness of tests. Therefore, it also needs to be able to understand, in essence, you know, what you do as an organization. And this is where you may or may not have heard of the term RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. And what that really means is it's storing your data. And this is kind of what ChatGPT occasionally does when you pass in a file to it. You know, you're giving it a contextual document. You're giving it one contextual document, but really you need numerous contextual documents. And you also need a GPT that actually just knows testing, right? It knows the patterns for testing and how to test. It's not just a GPT, which just doesn't know how to test, or it knows what it's read, but it doesn't really understand it or prioritize it. So it needs to know domain knowledge. It also needs to know everything about your company, your systems, your, you know, your documentation, your SharePoint repos, everything else. Only at this point can you actually make it so that you can actually talk to the system, i.e. do some kind of conversation prompting to say, okay, you know, based on what you know about system A, you know, how do I deploy this in this environment? So this is a kind of a bit of a quick example. You know, there is, you know, these are some preliminary numbers that we've got from customers that are using, you know, are saving those, you know, 50 times, 10 times speed increase, improved test design, better coverage. You know, these are the normal things, but I'm not going to go through this slide. But I do want to go through this example. And obviously these numbers are in US dollars, apologies. But, you know, there's an example that was given actually a year ago today. NATO, well, there was a customer, which was a DoD customer, Department of Defense, who said, look, we've got this giant document with thousands of tests, thousands of requirements to it. Could you create us the right tests? And then also the question was, could you create us the right tests? And then could you execute those tests? And the answer was yes, but it is quite hard. And, you know, from between then and now, we've actually able to do that and process it. Now, interestingly, you know, we talked about getting the right test coverage, you know, the right amount of tests, talked about test design, about the right, you know, the right tests, and also test velocity around how long it would take. And the example here, taking one QA resource 5 months to do those 1,500 tests. And the cost it would cost for a resource. Now, that might be slightly different if you look at, you know, different European and blended rates. But anyway, I'm going to play this demo. Hopefully it will play through, but it will show you the end-to-end flow of this working in a real system. And then I'm going to go into how you can then take the results from that and then actually add your special sauce to it. So I'm going to sit hopefully in silence, but if it doesn't work, let me know and I will just narrate over the top. Okay, we'll start by opening this declassified DoD document. Okay, it doesn't seem to have got the audio.
As you can see, it's been exported from IBM DAWs into a PDF Word format. You can also see there's over 190 pages of requirements, exactly 688 requirements that need to be tested. I'm going to have a quick look at SRS 6, which is a very basic test around testing classification within the application called IKM. So first, I'm going to update with the latest version of the NATO document that I've just changed or added new requirements to. This system will upload and process all 688 requirements and identify any that have changed, and then generate the necessary updates. Whilst this is processing, I'm just going to navigate to the context documents, and I'm going to download the currently pre-processed ISO 29119 document. As you can see in here, this document again is hundreds of pages long and includes hundreds of testing terminology, such as what you're seeing on the screen around automated black box testing. And I'm just going to stop on boundary value testing, branch condition conditional testing, and as you can see, there's a description there about what it does. So now I'm going to navigate back to the import requirements tests, and it's now ready for review. So I'm just going to quickly download and have a look at what is processed. What you can see is I can ask it about the document. This is using Copilot for Office 365, which is saying that it's unable to understand. Whereas actually, if I go to the line 6, you'll see that actually the requirement that I'm talking about actually does exist, and it has processed it correctly. It's also, as I scroll down, it's processed all those 668 requirements into a format that actually our system can process. Now I can download the output, which is 688 requirements with each of the tests in each folder, which includes the feature file, the SenseTalk script, and the generated test cases. So I'm going to put them side by side. What you see is the original requirement on the left-hand side and the Gherkin specification on the right-hand side, which is describing the executable specification that needs to be tested. The next asset is the test cases, and you can see it's representing a number of the MS Office, Word, PowerPoint, OneDrive, Excel, Outlook, and that is detailed on the right-hand side, and the steps that you need and the expected results. I'm now going to look at the SenseTalk script, which has the steps that will test the Office products that we mentioned, and this IKM tool, which does sensitivity for restricted access in DoD environments. So quickly flipping over to the SenseTalk, the example application, which allows you to go between corporate and restricted settings, which will tag a document. This gives you an idea of the system which we'd be testing using the SenseTalk script that's being generated by the system. Additionally, the second example was testing that same tool, but this time in OneDrive. I've moved again a sample example, and more importantly, you can see it's actually got an error, which is the value of testing in the first place. The test pilot for GAI functionality, which is a virtual test assistant, which again indexes all the information about the requirements and tests that you've uploaded, as well as context documentation. So I could ask it, what's the difference between requirement A and requirement B? And it would tell me the comparison between. Very similar to most Copilot type functionality, you also get the AI generated content may be incorrect warning, so people understand it's all based on the quality of the prompts that you're writing. But I can also ask it about some of the context information, so anything that's been uploaded to the system. So that might be from SharePoint or Confluence, and it could even be about testing. So I could ask it, like we did earlier, what is branch condition combination testing? And it would give me a response and show me that it's come from ISO 29119 Part 4. I could also look at metamorphic testing, and it would refer to me the Part 11 document, which is around testing of artificial intelligence systems. So this is showing me where we got the response from and giving the traceability and trustworthiness above and beyond other Copilot type functionality.
Wonderful. And so with the remaining 7.5 minutes, let me kind of explain to you why your part of this is really important. You probably saw we got contextual information. We also got information that came from things like the ISO, ISTQB area. But what we're doing in essence is we're taking data, which is on the left-hand side, turning it into information, and then we're creating a knowledge graph of testing in essence. However, that only gets you to here. Really, you need this insight and wisdom. And this is what is driven by human interactions. So I did this presentation in Sweden a couple of weeks ago and did an all-day workshop, which is what you see here. And I realized that there's no way I'm going to finish the entire workshop in 7.5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through some of the highlights of some of the patterns that I suggest that you could potentially use. So the first one, which I talk about, is the King method, which I refer to as the Tarek King method, which is all about, being able to put it into what we class as Markdown. So most people think, well, I can do a prompt. I have to do the prompt in, this is the high level, as a user with a tester with 10 years experience, write me a test case that is 5 positive and 5 negative cases. Actually, you can just give it more Markdown and say, okay, this is the mission statement. I want you to create me some test data. I want it in this particular format with these values, and I want it to be outputted in a particular way. So this is a really good model for doing better prompts instead of writing them in kind of more English language. The second one is a really interesting one, which is around the Jason Arbor model. And I spend a lot of time with Jason at the moment trying to get better at this. He's got a platform called Checky, which, he's got massive backstories. So each persona of their tester is this tester's a family of 3, they're left-handed, they drive to work every day, and adds all this additional proprietary persona information that then allows them to say, how would Alan or Peter or Carol test this application, and what restrictions might they have? Oh, well, she or he is left-handed, therefore they might not be able to reach that button with a single click. Equally, there's a very good Jason tip, which is if you write a prompt, which could be, how do I get some test data? And then you ask it afterwards, what prompt should I have written to actually get the best test data out? It will give you a revised version. And then you can compare prompt response A with response B. Now, there's also this, which I realize there's still a typo in this, but you can actually say to it things like, if you don't give me the right answer, I'm going to lose my job. Or you can even say to it, look, I'll pay you $200. Actually, not $2,000. This was a typo. Anything more than 200, it doesn't think that you're going to pay it. But you can actually say, I'll pay you $200 if you give me this answer, and it will try harder. So there's some really interesting kind of nuances because GPTs in their rawest form are quite lazy. The second one, the final one is my friend Paul. And Paul uses it in a really interesting way. He'll actually provide it a structure on the right-hand side in a very similar Markdown format. But on the left-hand side, he'll give it the information that he wants to do. So you'll probably seen from the Eggy conversation piece at the end that actually it comes back with it found it in document A, B, and C. Now, this isn't something that happens with things like OpenAI because it can't tell you where it actually trained the data because most of it was copyrighted. So part of it is if you provide it with the index data that you want it to index, you can say, oh, based on this data, give me it all, and then reference me, it's on page 72. So it's a quite interesting landscape. Last couple of slides, but there's a few things. The first one is you can also give it an image. So you can say to it, here's the screen. How should I best do accessibility of the screen testing? And I put the link, the QR code on the right-hand side. But, in essence, you can just find this by putting in lava into your Hugging Face. A few extra notes, which I think are really interesting. The first thing is, you shouldn't be really using, and the reason we built everything offline is you shouldn't really be using GPTs for anything that's sensitive with IP. So if you're telling it about stuff like you're passing a document, a requirements document in, like that NATO document, you couldn't have done that with OpenAI, because you'll be breaching not only the EU AI Act, which is now in force, but also the US have now just put in also an executive order, which will also say do not share private information with public-facing APIs. So anything like OpenAI, you can't really use. Even Chat Copilot, you've got to be slightly careful with. And then finally, the last couple of bits, one of the things we learned quite quickly was that actually you can pretty much do anything in and anything out. So you can actually pass it things like scripts, Selenium scripts, and generate Playwright scripts, or you could generate it tests and generate Gherkin, or you could pass it a test and generate Python auto tests. Really, you've got that flexibility of actually converting anything to anything. And if you use which is what we do, a large language model router, you can actually allow it to choose different models. So we have a Gherkin tune models, we have a SenseTalk tune model, we have a code generation T5 model. So you can swap out models, which is not what, again, OpenAI does. OpenAI is really just text to text. And then finally, just to kind of add some more flavor to this and really kind of hopefully bring it to life a little bit. The big thing which is going to change, and obviously I know this is a junior track, so it is quite complex. And I know we've only got 30 seconds left, but what's just been released is two things. One called something called visualization of thought, which is what's on the bottom right-hand corner, which is now what we class as open-ended tasks. So you can literally say to it, write me an email. And if you don't have an email client, i.e. you don't have Outlook, it will literally go into Google and try and send it from your Gmail account. Then it'll try it from your Yahoo account. Equally, if you say to it, play some music, it would go and try and play it on YouTube. Then it would go over to Spotify, and then it might go to Apple, depending what you've got. Combine this with large action models, which is what OpenAI are working on right now. And Sam is literally hiring every single person with automation experience in the world. Is that 30% of all applications, which is what you see in the top right-hand corner. So that's things like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Adobe Premiere. All these apps are fully automated via their new interface. So you can literally drive these applications. So really quite exciting, and an exciting estate to go into it. But anyway, now we've got just run out of time by my 30-minute countdown thing. Time to take some Q&A, but more importantly, bring in the live Q&A host. And just in case you did want to know where I am, I'm on the left-hand side here. And if you want to download a copy of my artificial intelligence for software testing book, then you can scan that, and it's completely free. And yeah, hopefully enjoy. So Ed, anyway,
yeah, I'm here. Wow, that was impressive. Thank you very much. You don't have to be that accurate on time. No one does. So you can take a few more minutes. But anyway, thank you for the presentation. It was amazing. And yep, please do share in chat your links, whatever you have. Because right now people are open to follow, to connect, whatever, because we're here for networking here also. So I'm inviting here Sergey, and we're gonna go to our Q&A. Yeah, well, a few words about what I've heard from you, Jonathan. What about the workshop? Actually, maybe we could do that for our audience too. Are you open to do that online too?
Yeah, I'm happy to run it online. And absolutely, and happy to help the community in whichever way. So if they want to do it, it probably takes a 3 hour is how long we managed to run it in Sweden. And I think it's really helpful because, and I can share all the material as well with everybody. It kind of takes you through the prompting basics. So obviously we went in pretty deep in the sense that we saw Jason Arbon's approach and also Tariq's, but it actually starts with more, okay, how do I start this up? And actually, it's probably the funniest thing, and I will share the also in the chat. But I did the keynote and in true Tariq style, and I actually got a Swedish-speaking song produced about testers to superheroes, and it's part of what we do. We show you how to do text to images and video, like you saw earlier, but also text to audio. But then all the other stuff, audio to video, like really quite cool stuff. So it might be helpful for beginners all the way up to advanced to learn to do some prompting. And what I'm working on between now and September is a free pocketbook as well around prompting, which I'm writing at the moment, but it's not quite finished yet.
Wow, really intrigued to see it. And so, do I follow the idea? So you are diving deep into prompt engineering, but is it somehow connected to QA and testing, or it's more general to build applications?
It's just purely for testing. And so it's interesting because I think a lot of people have done these type of workshops, and I wanted it to be kind of, okay, I'm a performance engineer and it's all open source tools. So, I'm a performance engineer. I want to create some JMeter scripts. How do I ask it the right questions to do the volumetrics to get me the right answers that I need? And then also, once you've done it, how do I pull the logs that come out of the back of it? How do I feed that in and then beautify a nice report highlighting the top 3 transactions and stuff like that? So it really is hands-on to kind of get you thinking about, well, what are those prompts that I need? And then the bit which is different, I suppose a lot of people have talked about Gen AI, maybe too much, is around prompt tuning. So prompt tuning's the art, is the special sauce, right? It's that sometimes you get one response, you have to do 5 or 6 chains to get a super response. And that's the one that ends up writing your not only your performance scripts, but then executing your performance scripts for you and writing your Docker container composers and everything else. And then suddenly you're like, this is so awesome. I don't have to do all the hard work that I was doing before. And I think that's what people want to do, is they want to have tester in the loop. They want to do I've got to do some thinking, but actually the tech bit, just let that run, right?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And all right, folks, who are interested actually in that kind of workshop to attend with Jonathan, right, and with Geekle, just say something in chat. Also, Jonathan, I noticed the test copilot or test pilot you've been showing. What do you think? What is the future for this tool?
Yeah, and I want to bring Sergey into some of the Q&A, but yeah. So one of the things I've been working on with Jason Arbon, who's the guy who wrote the book How Google Tests, but he also created Test.ai with people like Tariq as well. What he's trying to build at the moment, and we're kind of I'm helping him out, is this Checky.ai, which is a free tool, which then is like a co-pilot solution. So you can literally download it and it will, create you the test that you want, but also create the automation. Now, it's not just about automation, right? It's about helping you have this co-pilot type functionality. And if you've been using Copilot for O365, it's really quite interesting because part of it is it's starting to add, and it's now built into the new Windows. So I don't know if you saw the launch yesterday from Microsoft, but Microsoft have embedded what they call NPUs, but in essence, they're dedicated, AI processors on all of their new Surface devices. So actually it's built into Windows, and it's got this, I think it's called time travel or something, but it's this idea where it's learning everything that you're doing and it's helping you. So if your job is UX, or your job is front end, or it's API, it's continuously helping you. And then as you've got the screen up and you maybe in Postman, you're typing something in and it's like, oh, wait a second, I've just looked at the Swagger spec. this is the test data that you need to put into your JSON payload, and these are your JavaScript for your assertions that you need to validate that data. And you're like, how did it know that? And it's like, it's designed to be your assistant. And people got quite upset because when I was at Microsoft HQ in Santa Clara, they're bringing Clippy back. And so, you know, everyone hates Clippy from 1996, but it's just about retro enough. But you'll have these little assistants that are in the corner, which will have, Microsoft have already released some security persona ones that will do ZAP tests, will do OWASP tests, and all sorts of other stuff. So you're starting to see this really interesting move. So Copilot and Test Pilot is just a variant of Copilot for just specifically testing.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have lots of questions here. This is the question we will not definitely answer. We have this question on every conference, and you know, I'm not sure we're going here, but next one is probably interesting one because, yeah, what is the general QA? Is it just you know, the reflection on a time or sign of a time, or it's next generation of engineers? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, we see the tendency, as I mentioned at my presentation, the cuts on workforces, that the next step. So we see that the trend that budgeting is decreasing. So yeah, it is our answer to the macro situation in the whole world. So we adopt into the new reality, so to say. Yeah, and then I get the new realities on general QA engineers position. Yeah, cutting costs, of course, optimizing them, as stakeholders say every single time. Yeah, kind of optimization.
Sure.
And yeah, so that's our response to adopt into the new reality.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next question goes to Jonathan, and it's of two parts. So this is the part one. Let me know if you're ready. I thought you are. And the second part.
Okay, so yeah, interestingly long question there for the thing. So the first, I'll just I'll add two parts to the flavor. So the first question that you had, which was around, is automation, is manual testing going to be replaced by automated testing, which you have every year, right? You know, I've been doing test automation for 25 years now, and I can tell you for an absolute guarantee, automation is never going to replace manual testing. It's always going to be tester in the loop. And I think this new wave is going to show that actually there's more value in testers than there is in automation, which I know is massively controversial, as all I do is spend all my time talking about automation. But I do genuinely think humans are the way forwards. And I think this technology is showing that. That directly answers into this kind of question, right? Is, you know, how do we know that we've got the right coverage? And then also, how do we know that we're actually, you know, the training data that's used to be able to understand this is enough? Now, this is interesting because there's two sides of things. What I talked about today, which is RAG and RGA, relative generative answering. This is based on sources of knowledge. You don't actually need a lot of training data to answer through these new interfaces, this new style of conversation. And I think this is the new difference, as I said before, is like if you ask a GPT and you pass in a file, you know, create me all the test scripts, it's just not going to work, right? However, what these new system is, you're pulling in all this contextual information that your organization needs. And I mentioned before something called Microsoft Graph. This is what Microsoft Graph does, is if we're having this conversation now, slightly worryingly, it's listening to what we're doing and it's indexing the information and it's creating a graph that said, Jonathan said automation will not replace manual testing. And then it'll say next to it, manual testing, you know, Sergi mentioned that actually the budgets associated with QA, traditional QA roles have changed. And it starts building up this graph, which is why it's called Microsoft Graph. So part of it is that, in essence, is contextual information. So when you ask Microsoft Graph or Copilot or Test Pilot, what do you think the future of manual testing is? It doesn't go off to the internet and use some internet crawled information. It says, actually, Jonathan thinks that manual testing, and it cites me and the conversation and the audio clip, and it says that he thinks manual testing isn't going to be replaced by automation. But James Clark says checking versus testing, and it'll bring all that contextual information in. So even though it feels like, oh, we're talking about training data again, we don't need to talk about training data. If we were going back to ML, you're right, to fine-tune a model. So we fine-tuned a model to generate our proprietary language. It takes millions of data sets to be able to do that. But we're not building GPTs. We're leveraging the large language models to be able to understand English. So think of a large language model purely as a reference to the world. So cat, dog, dogs like, I don't know, bones. Part of it is it's a map of the world. It's the same as if you're in China, dog equals this, cat equals this. It's still the same thing. It's contextually aware based on the world. So hopefully that answered in a very short version.
All right, cool. The next question, and I asking your permission to share my personal story, because I am very skeptical now on AI, because, well, during this last year, I'm skeptical, not because I want to differentiate from you guys. No, it's not. I run Geekle AI labs, and we research all existing AI tools in market and new tools, and we talk with teams who actually create those tools. And so we do lots of work concerning the AI in software development. And my opinion during this week was changing, and now it turned like really significant. Because look, there is a story I'm telling always. Okay, you bought a ticket on a flight with your kids to, I don't know, Bahamas or whatever, maybe to Nice here. So and you see tickets are extremely cheap. And you ask, why that? It says, oh, it's because our new plane, it's all generated by AI and printed via 3D printers. I say, no way, wait a second. I wanna be safe, man. They say, no, don't worry. It's all tested by AI. So we have our AI algorithms that tested this plane, so you'll have no any troubles. What I do, I actually cancel these tickets, because I want my plane have these engines from Boeing, and my tires from Michelin, and those bearded guys with steering stuff. So yeah, I want to rely actually on very complex system that will affect my family. It's really describing a situation for what we have with AI now and in the future. Because when 3D printers, you remember that hype with 3D printers, right? It was, wow, we thought, well, they will print out everything, like our bread, our houses, I don't know, our even teeth. Well, maybe they print teeth sometimes, but nothing else. So it will take its place, right? Of course, it's a great technology. Of course, it's a revolutionary, but it won't come in the one day. And that's a great news. People, calm down. Calm down. It's okay. It won't come in the one moment, and you will be changing too. So, and for the audience who are listening today, there is no risk, because you are smart enough to learn from guys like Sergey, from guys like Jonathan and others, to actually evolve, and you will be using this AI as a co-pilot, right? So complex systems are complex and need to be reliable. So that's why we are not at risk. Anyway, sorry for taking my effort, and maybe you guys want to add something on that because it's important stuff.
Yeah, I'll add a couple of things because I would say actually go for the AI tested plane. And I know this for three things. First is I spend all my time on planes. Like I'm going to Vegas next week, 12-hour flight. And I know for a fact the pilot doesn't touch the steering wheel at all for takeoff, for landing, for the entire flight. It's all AI, right? Which is fine, right? The second thing is that those complex systems, if you listen to Dave Snowden, who talks about the Seraphim framework, complex, complicated, simple, actually, the more complicated the systems are, the better they're documented, and therefore the better they are, the more rigor they're testing. Like people buy German cars because they've been tested within an inch of their lives. And you're absolutely right, 100% is it's human intelligence, right? You have to have human in the loop. You fly by wire, great. We all appreciate it. Equally now we're happy with autonomous vehicles, but you need the human. So nothing will ever replace humans. However, I say this for two things: is humans make more mistakes than AIs do. Now, this is really controversial, i.e. the new Google model, which is going to be on the new Pixel, runs on the NPU, which is on the actual Samsung devices and the new Pixel device, which actually outperforms a medical doctor with 3 years experience. Now, it's guaranteed to kill 1 in 10 patients, but so is a normal human doctor. And this is the interesting thing, is human doctors make about 8% mistakes, which is fine because we're human, right? However, they're not clinically held to responsible. Whereas if you give an AI the exact same 100 patients, it will always kill 8. And it will consistently kill 8. And therefore, it's going to be held to a different level. So there's two things to know about this. First is the new European AI Act has come in place to prevent doctors to be replaced by AIs. So that will never happen, right? You will not be going and getting a diagnosis or someone sawing your leg off based on an AI anytime soon. The same as I also mentioned, the US will follow the suit with this new legislation, which will be like GDPR. So it's 4% fines or 200 million if you go off and build an AI where a human should be. So humans aren't going to be outlawed anytime soon. And therefore, you've got a long and prosperous career as long as you help use the AIs to assist you in doing the donkey work, right? You don't want to write you don't want to read through 8,000 pages of design specs for a Boeing air system. You want to give it the information that you need to make the decision that you need to do. So human in the loop is the future.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Maybe you, Sergey, want to add something here?
Yeah, just to put my 5 cents here. I absolutely agree with you guys, Ed and Jonathan. This whole model, they still make so many errors. They still need people, humans, to analyze all the information they generate. And people like to collaborate with people, with humans, and it won't happen, and it won't happen, absolutely never. And we are absolutely safe here. As you said, that's amazing assistant in our daily routine. And all this model, they don't have emotion, they don't have soul, they don't have they are not humans, so they will never replace us. Be safe.
Sometimes I think it has after the new release of ChatGPT,
Yeah, they tried their best, but it's not our emotion.
All right. And the next question to you, Sergey. Should testing in production really be increased instead of just performing small testing after any release? That's a nice question. Religion one.
Yeah, that's a great one. It depends on the context. It depends on what product do you test, and etc. Sometimes it is enough to perform smoke testing or extend it with regression, but sometimes it is enough just to run several tests from your suite in TestRail, for example, as a test management system in production, and to be safe. So you should evaluate all the risks based on your product that you are testing. It is all about context, what you are testing.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. A small teaser from Geekle also. We are working on large software model. Whatever it is, we're trying to build another Copilot, but we think those code generators heading in the, in the wrong direction. Anyway, Jonathan, we have a question to you. Yeah, please read it aloud and answer.
Yeah, fantastic. And I must admit, Sergi's definitely getting the harder questions. I generally thought to myself, I was in for it today, but testing in production, that's a hard one to answer. So I did put on the last slide of my presentation the book for the book that I did in artificial intelligence for software testing, and it's a free ebook you can download. I'll make sure I reshare it with the community as well. But in actual fact, that's come from ISO 29119 Part 11, which is what I was on the committee for the new artificial intelligence standard for testing. So part of it is I would recommend checking that out. It's available. It's publicly available as a document. If not, you can ping me. I'm the easiest person to add on LinkedIn. It's linkedin.com/in and then the word automation. So, just add me a ping and I can share you any of these documents that we've done. It's interesting because I mentioned Jason Arbin. He's actually got a website called OpenTest. I think it's called opentest.ai. And it goes through and it actually indexes every single GPT and asks it testing questions and works out if it's got, if it passes the testing, let's call it Turing test, and we'll call it the Arbin test for a second. So I would check that out because that gives you an idea. But also there's a few other things online that you're able to go and find out in a bit more detail. Of course, Geckle will be happy to maybe do this workshop as well. So you can, we can help you with the prompting side of things. And I'm happy to share any information. So just ping me.
Cool. Absolutely. Just arrived the question, can generative AI perform static testing on requirements documents, for example?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I obviously showed the requirements a generation of requirements, and it generated Gherkin and things like that. But actually, if you were doing things like static code analysis, or even DAFs or static scanning for security, you could do that. I think part of it is understanding the persona and defining the persona, and I mentioned about the Markdown kind of Tarek King method. I actually find that if you are prompting, if you are saying to it, I am as a automation expert with 25 years and specializing in static testing, I'm going to give you these requirements. Can you give me the correct output? You'll find that actually you get a really good prompt out of it. So don't think of generative AI as something completely different to prompt engineering. Prompt engineering will solve most of your Gen AI based problems, but just make sure you're using the right model. And I think the easy problem most of you have got here is that you're probably thinking, I'll go to ChatGPT, and that's the easy way to go. But actually, if you use something like Large Language Model Studio, which is a completely free platform, you can bring those models down and run them locally on your machine. And this doesn't require some specialist CUDA GPU. Just means you might have to wait a while, and then you can bring down a model that's specific. So go and check out Large Language Model Studio and give this a try, but with that prompting added to it.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a few questions, but I think we have already answered those questions previously. So thank you very much for participating in this event, this Q&A session. It was a pleasure. Lots of new stuff coming up. By the way, tomorrow we'll see more AI topics, and if someone from audience really need tickets for tomorrow, I understand it's quite high price for now. Please ping me in LinkedIn I'll try to do something for you. So because I want as much people the day as possible. So thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you, Sergey. Have a nice day. And we're heading to our next speaker and our next moderator. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Okay, have a great day, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Yeah, hi.
So,
Yeah, let's start the next block. Thank you, Ed, for moderating the first one, for opening the conference. It was an amazing Q&A session. It was a pleasure watching. Thank you.
thank you very much. Stage is yours. I'm going to have my lunch.
Bye-bye. And let's start. So our next speaker is a really well-recognized expert within our community. It's Andres Sacco, who is technical leader at TravelX. His topic is events and a love triangle in integration testing. A really intriguing one. So welcome to the stage, Andres.
Hi, and welcome to this talk about events, a love triangle in the integration testing. And perhaps the title sounds funny for you, like the title of a novel, but the problem behind the scene is not funny. But first, let me introduce me. My name is Andres Sacco. I work as developer since 2007 using different languages. Most of them are connected with the JVM like Kotlin, Scala, and Java, and many other. I participate as technical reviewer on some of the biggest editorials around the world. So the publisher sent me a manuscript about a chapter or a book, and I do corrections before that this book will be published. I wrote some courses, some theoretical, practical scenarios and books. And I participate as speaker on different conferences. One important thing, you have my contact information, my LinkedIn, my email. So if you have any doubts, any question after this presentation, please contact me and I will try to help you as soon as possible. So context of the situation. You have a large number of microservices that use events to communicate each other. It's a new tendency of architecture that instead to use a synchronic way, you use an asynchronic way to communicate different microservices. So the main problem is it's difficult to check if everything works fine before that you deploy something on production. How you can be sure about that everything in your microservices or in your application, it's okay. If the persistence, it's okay. If the process of the event, it's okay or not. How you can check if the modifications into the database are okay. Okay, because you consume an event or your microservices consume an event, do some modifications into the database, but you don't have like an in the synchronic way when you do a request, you obtain the response. Imagine that you create a new registry or a new user or client or order. You do a post on your application and you receive the response that the ID of the new entity that was created into the database in most of the cases. But with the event, this is not possible. How you can check if a new event is published after do something. Imagine that you create a new client into the database and you create a new event to notify another application that something changed in your application. And a unit test could not cover all these scenarios because you mock most of the things. You mock all the external communication. You only test some part of the business logic. So at some point, you are not sure about what happened with the external communication, how your application process an event, how your application publish an event, or how your application modify the databases. All these things with a unit test is not possible. You need to create another thing, an integration test. So let's see the interaction to understand how is the process. First, application A send an event to application X. Do something and modify the database. and send an event to other application. This is a possible scenario. Perhaps in your case, the application don't send a new event, just modify the database and that's it. Or perhaps not modify the database and send a new event. But this is a complex scenario. Why you need to create a test? Why this is so relevant in this kind of scenarios? First, because reduce the risk that something bad happen when you deploy, perhaps on stage or on production. It's a way to verify that everything in the new events that your application produce are okay or not. It's not a unit test, because imagine the unit test only cover some particular part of your application, just a method or a class, but not the entire context. And it's a way to check all the scenarios, because you in the unit test you cover only the success cases and the error cases, but just on this method, not cover the scenarios that what happened if my database are unhealthy, or what happened if I publish an event with a wrong format. This is not possible. Okay, which libraries you can use to create an integration test that use different technologies to check the database, to create events, and check if everything is okay when my application finish to do something and produce a new event. The list of libraries or tools include test container, because it's a way that you can simulate or run the new infrastructure each time that you run the integration test. So you can create a database, populate with the information, and using test container, you create like a container. So each time that you run your integration test are idempotent. All the times I will obtain the same result. In the case that you have or you use Amazon Web Services as an option, you can use Local Stack, which is a tool to simulate different scenarios with different services that are connected with this cloud provider. You can replace Local Stack by Kafka. This is another option, but always in connection with test container. You need to think that test container is your solution for most of the problems. So you need to create like a Docker file that contain most of these tools, or Local Stack or Kafka. Karate, which is a tool to create tests using BDD. BDD is a way to create tests that are readable for most of the human, and it's simple, not add complexity like, oh, I need to know a lot of things related with Java, or I need to know a lot of library. No, the idea of this is make this scenario or this kind of way to create tests simple. And the last one is Red Hat. And what is this Red Hat? Well, it's a tool that exposes to us the structure or the database, the Mongo database. There are another options depending on your database, like Cassandra or Redis. In the case of relational database, there are a lot of tools, but are not compatible, are connected directly with your vendor. In the case of MySQL, there are one tool. In the case of Postgres, there are another tool. And in most of the cases are unofficial versions. So you need to consider that not all the scenarios or not all the possible things are covered with this kind of tool that offer to you a REST API, so you can check or see what happened behind the scenes in the database. How is the syntax of Karate? Because I mentioned BDD and many other things. This is more or less the structure. You need to declare a feature, which is like the name of the main thing that you need to check. And it's like when you create a class that contains different methods or functions that mention the test that you want to check, this is more or less the same. The feature is like the container of all the tests of one particular feature. Each scenario is like one method or one test. So inside of each scenario, you declare the name, like obtain information about blah, 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 blah. You need to explain a path, okay, which URL you need to do a request, in this case, with which method, get, post, put, patch, delete. And after that, there are two words or keywords like then, which provide you the possibility to check the result. In this case, I want to check if the status is 200, and I want to check or match the response of this endpoint. In this case, is that like the health method of Spring Boot, that the response is similar or equals to status app. So the syntax is simple, and behind the scenes, you don't know if the application use, I don't know, Java, Scala, Kotlin, whatever, because this syntax you can implement with many other things, like other methods, not just with health, and add more complexity. Which are the pros and the cons of use this approach? Because I use a good combination or a lot of technologies. So the first one, not affect the real infrastructure. So if I run a local stack or test container with a database that simulate or encapsulate a real database, but is not connected with some environment, so I can create new entities or new clients or remove something without any effect the rest of the infrastructure or the rest of the clients that, or the consumers or the APIs or the database on some environment. I have endpoints to check what happened with my database because I have REST-hard, which exposed to me a REST API with all the information about one collection. I can enter in one row or one document of MongoDB. You can simulate, in the case of local stack, the creation of event. If you use Kafka, you can do the same. It's agnostic to the languages because most of these things you can implement with other technologies. In the case of test container, you have support for many other languages. Red Hat is only connected with MongoDB, but you can use in Go, in Rust, in many other things using test container. So there is not like a restriction. In the case of Karate, if you want to use it, is only connected with the languages, with the JVM families like Kotlin, Scala, Java, and many others. And the main problems with this approach is takes more time to be executed because you need to run many containers before to execute your test and check if everything is okay or not. And not have support to all the database. As I mentioned, the main problem is like REST-hard is connected with MongoDB, and so you don't have the possibility to use, I don't know, with Cassandra. Of course, there are other implementations from an official website that provide more or less the same feature on Cassandra. Okay, how is this process check if something is okay or not? How this is work? First, you need to insert events or load the information into the database before to run any kind of test. After that, you need to execute all the tests. It's like setup. The first step is like the setup of everything. The second one is run the test to check if everything is okay or not. You check the results after that, and in the case that you produce an event, a suggestion is like check if the event was created okay and remove it. If you check, it's not necessary like remove. And why I mention this is this like remove. Why? Because if you produce an event, perhaps another test will be affected because consume or do something with the other queue or the place where the first step publish the event. So take in consideration, like if you publish something, check it or remove it. Okay, let's go with our example. Here is the source code. I will show you here. I provide you an API, which is API reservation. It's in Java. And here you have a README file with a lot of information about the requirements, how check the requirements, the consideration, and some frequent questions. And I include here a folder with the name Docker. And in the Docker file, you will have this Docker compose with local stack, rest heart, and wiremog. And this is to run the entire infrastructure. I run it on my machine on Docker, and after that I run the application. Let me show you how it looks like the Docker, the API reservation, the Swagger. Here is in localhost 8080. And it's a simple API which have get, post, and a get by ID, but you don't have the possibility to change nothing. You don't have a put method. So how this reservation, these entities change something? Well, the idea of change something is using the event. So I send an event and this reservation change the internal status. And I'm running here rest heart. In a couple of minutes, I will show you how this you need to configure, but this is now running on this port. If I do this, I have the information of one row in my database. Look that there is the OID, the class, the creation date. This is a row or a document in my MongoDB database. Of course, if I do the same here with the Swagger, most of these attributes will disappear because are internal attributes from Mongo. Okay, let's go to the API. I will stop here because I'm running the application. And remember that I mentioned that we need to do some things. I will copy and paste here on my test folder the Docker compose, or the Docker folder, and I will explain everything. I will close and I will show you. The first one is local stack. Remember that I mentioned that local stack provides you a way to simulate the services that Amazon Web Services provide to you, like SQS, SNS, S3, and many other things. So in this case, I create a Docker compose file which extends from the real local stack. Here is the version, and I configure some things. I enable the SQS and SNS. The services I need, in the case that you need to use, for example, S3, you can do this. And I put the default region, the external load, the external host, and many other things that are common when you use local stack. And I include a init file. And in this init file, I include some little functions. It's a bash. And I create like some commands which are connected with Amazon Web Services, like how to can create using AWS CLI, a queue, a topic, and many other things. All these things are in the official documentation. I only collect all this information and create different functions. And at the end, I create different queues to publish events. These events are consumed for my application and do something. Modify the database in some cases and produce another event. These two events are consumed from, or this queue are consumed from my application, and I create a topic because my application, after do something, publish a new event, and how I can check if my application produce an event, because I send to a topic the information, not to a queue. So in this case, I create a queue which is connected with this topic just for the testing purpose. And in this part, I do an invocation to each function, passing as parameter the name of the queue or the topic. Here is more or less the description of everything. It's not something strange. You can more or less find all the things in the official documentation. Okay, this is the local stack. REST, which I show you that provide information about the database. I copy and paste all the configuration from the official website. This everything it's like the default configuration, but in the case of this REST, I only need to change here the information about my database, my MongoDB database. So I put all the URI, and I don't need to do nothing more. It's okay. With this, I will run everything. And here are more or less the configuration, like how I run local stack. I expose this port with this information. I mount these volumes. This is a simple MongoDB database. And here is REST. I only copy or mount the volume of these two files with the configuration. And in this case, I use WireMock to simulate an external web services. If you want, you can use a real database, a real application, but in this case, I only put to reduce the startup of the application in the testing, for testing purpose. Okay, let me start with the creation of our test, because I explained everything about the configuration. It's time to add the dependencies. This is a Spring Boot application and Java application, so I need to add some dependencies. First, Spring Boot test to give you or provide support to everything related with the support of this framework. I include the support to test container, the default, because test container provide a lot of modules in the case that you want to run some specific scenarios or tool like Kafka or many other things. In this case, I will use the core of this library, and I delegate everything inside of this Docker Compose YAM. And I add support to Karate here. And in this case, JUnit 5 is the support. Let me put the compile to download all the dependencies. Okay, next step. Let's start with the creation of most of the things. I will show you that I need to create an API test, a class, which not paying attention about the errors because it's okay. I will show you in a couple of minutes. Okay. I create this class which extends to another one. Let me show you in a couple of minutes. And this class saying, okay, I need to run all my karate tests. This is karate.test. And I say, okay, here is the location of my karate test. Please ignore the test or not run the test with this annotation. And I extend to another class. And what contains this class? What is the idea? Okay, in this class, I put all the logic related with the context of my test. So in the case that you want to create many of these classes or many tests, or you want to create one class per each feature or per each file. It's okay, you can do it, because I put all the common logic in another file. And in this file, I say, okay, please manage all the things related with test containers. Run my application using a defined port. The defined port, sorry, that I put in my configuration. And in this case, I declare a Docker Compose container, and I say, please run this file on this location, and look this. I put two different waiting for. And why I put these things? Well, the idea is, if you don't include, when you run all the containers, the test detect that everything is okay, my containers are running, so start to execute my test. And this is not totally true, because perhaps the service is running, but is not healthy, or it's not okay to receive requests. So to solve all these problems, I include this waiting for and say, okay, on this service, check the logs until that this message appear. On this database, check and if this log appear. When all both conditions are okay, everything will start. And I declare, before run any test, please start the container, and after you execute all the tests, all the different scenarios, please stop the containers. And before to do something, I will stop my containers because are running behind the scenes. Okay. So where I will create my test, on which place? And I will create here. Let me show you one example. I create this health karate feature, or this health test, which is the same more or less that I show you, but with a little modification. Instead to put this, like in the example, I prefer to do this. Put this JSON in an external file to simplify the process of check if everything is okay or not. So in the resource folder, I will, all right, okay. I create the same structure here, the same package, and I create a folder, actuator response, and I put this, the JSON. And why I do this? Because it's a way to reduce the size of my test. In the case that you have a lot of or a big test, it's so complex to do this. Okay, let me copy and paste the application file with the configuration. It's the same that appeared here, so don't pay attention. It's the same. I copy and paste. And let's do let's explain how you can create like complex scenario. Let me show the worst scenario. Okay, in this case, I want to check if the entire process works fine or not. This process implies that send an event, my application consume the event, modify something into the database, and after that, produce an event. So I need to check everything, that my application produce an event, my application process the event, modify the database, and produce a new event. So in this case, first, I will send to my API, I will create a new event, a new reservation. I do a simple post if the method that my application expose. After that, I include here on the resources, on the flow, here you will find this folder. And here you have the format of an event. So using local stack, I will publish a new event. Here is the section that to publish something. And what I will do? Well, I will indicate that I need to wait or retry a request to rest heard, like a HTTP request, many times, 10 times, to check if something changed into my database. So I will check if the database changed, if I do something. And after that, the last part of this, I will check if an event was published. And how I will do this, because most of these tools expose different URLs. Rest Heard expose an URL, local stack expose another one. So I will expose everything, and the idea is to check if works or not. So I go to my API and I will say mn test or Maven test. So this will take a couple of seconds because the idea is to start a container or different containers. Let me show you what happened behind the scenes. This happened behind the scenes is like test container run all these containers, and behind the scenes all these things are running and check. In this case, I have more tests, not just this one that I show you, but the idea is show a combination of different tools that provide you a way to check a complex scenario. So let's go back to my presentation. Okay, best practices. Check everything, check the database, the status, the modifications, remove the events in the case that your application produce a new event. It's like if you produce, include assertions or remove it. Write simple, like as I show you, extract everything into external files and read. Use containers with the idea that not use the real infrastructure. Some additional resources. Here are some books that provide you more information about the use of event and testing, and some blogs. And thank you.
And thank you, Andres, for this incredible presentation. It was really insightful and interesting to hear. And before I will introduce our next speaker, I would like to remind to our dear audience to stay active in the chat. I admired Q&A we just had with Ed, and I hope the Q&A of second block will be as engaging and exciting and really nice as previous one. And I'm happy to invite our next speaker, who is Paul Grisafi. I hope I got his surname right. Senior Principal Automation Architect from Nerdery. Hi, Paul. How are you today?
Hello. Good morning. Good evening. Doing well. How are y'all?
Great, great. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, I won't take much of your time. I'm adding your slides. You have the whole 30 minutes slot.
All right.
So don't hurry. And yeah, the stage is yours. Do your magic.
All right. So today we're going to talk about hunting Sasquatch and finding intermittent issues with periodic automation. Before we start, for those of you that have not seen me before, my name is Paul Grisafi, quality engineering solutions architect at Nerdery. My title is a bit in flux right now, so I'm doing basically the same things that I've been doing before, but different companies, different titles and such. I have spent my career focused on automation, and I'm an advisor to the Advanced Research Center for Software Testing and Quality Assurance at the University of Texas at Dallas. If you would like to get in contact with me outside of this particular forum, here is my contact info. I'm on most of the socials. I tend to use LinkedIn and Twitter the most, and that last link down there is where I blog. So what is a Sasquatch? Traditionally in United States folklore, Sasquatch is an ape-like creature. Whoops, where'd it go? There we go. A name given to an ape-like creature that some people believe inhabits the forests, mainly in the Pacific Northwest region of North America. And that's what Wikipedia says. But in our world, in our software development, testing, and delivery world, we call a Sasquatch an issue that never happens when you're looking for it, right? It's that intermittent issue that, hey, it just happened. Let me try to reproduce it. And you can't. And then the next time you're not really looking for it, there it shows up in waves. And also we call it the issue that never happens because the developers don't believe it exists because it doesn't happen on their machine, right? We will not be discussing the actual mythological Bigfoot today. So before we get into the sort of where this periodic automation thing can help you, let's talk a little bit about what continuous integration is. For those of you that are very familiar with continuous integration, continuous testing, you can take like a 2-minute nap and then come back and rejoin us. But we're going to go through that part pretty quickly. But what is continuous integration? Or per Martin Fowler, it's a software development practice that members of a team integrate their work frequently. Usually each person integrates at least daily, sometimes multiple times a day, multiple builds and integration opportunities per day. So what does that really mean? Again, for those of you not super familiar with this, sort of the basic continuous integration steps would be developer checks in code, then there's some automated build or compile, right? You've checked your code into Git or in SourceForge or wherever you checked it into, and then the build server is alerted to say, oh, by the way, here's some new code out here. Go and build this for me. We may also have sort of static checks or semi-static checks of what our software is doing in the form of unit tests, or maybe we're running some sort of security scan tool or code quality tool. All of those things that don't require a deployment of the software. Very important. We have to alert on any failure. We also have to look at all the failures, and we're going to get to that here in a few minutes as well. And by doing this, some issues may be found sooner, right? The sooner you test something, the sooner you'll find a potential issue. But they may be easier to address. Sometimes issues that are found earlier, especially when they were just introduced, can be easier to find because the delta between what used to work and what now does not work is much smaller than when you have many, many, many different integrations all rolled into one. So once we get past that sort of initial, all right, we have our build going, right? We get more advanced. As we mature, we can add automated deployment and provisioning. Hey, we have our build. Let's put it out on some servers or some virtual machines or in some containers where we can actually see if it comes up and runs. And then we can do some testing and checking on that as well, where we go and look and say, is it up? Is it responding? Hey, we have a smoke test, an automated smoke test suite that we want to execute. And again, we have to alert on any failure, because otherwise we don't know that it worked or not, or we think that it worked or not. And more issues can be found this way because there are some issues that can't really be found at the static level or at the semi-static unit test level, especially with integration between different components. So cool. Found some more stuff, right? Success. Everybody gets a t-shirt. Most of us are probably doing some flavor of this, whether we know all those steps are going on or not. If there's a build process, if there's a pipeline, if you're using Azure DevOps or Jenkins, you probably have at least some part of this going on. But if we do only that, perhaps we're going to take us a ride and get a ticket on the USS Failboat. And it may not be a complete failure, right? I may be being a little extreme on that, but there's certainly some issues that this approach is going to have difficulty checking or catching. So what am I worried about? Well, the worry part comes into a couple of different categories. One is configuration changes. Hey, you know what? The software didn't change between this execution and the next execution, but the system did. Something happened on the network. Maybe there was a tool upgrade. Maybe it's something in the system that you're testing that has changed. Your data, some sort of configuration, timings, database versions, OS versions, all sorts of things that could have changed from your last execution of your automation to your current execution of your automation. Those there are ways to handle that so that the system is alerted to rerun the changes on each, rerun the scripts on each of these changes. These are not the ones we're really going to worry about today. What we're going to talk about today are those nagging intermittent issues, right? Our Sasquatches. Periodic maintenance and background activities where sometimes stuff happens in your system, right? There's a backup running, there's some memory cleanup operations that happen, and they don't happen on an executable timeline where you know, oh, I need to run my automation again. Sometimes they're quirky test environments where, and I actually worked in a company where I was told this, well, that problem only happens in the QA environment. Just hit F5 and keep going. Well, how do you know it doesn't happen in production? Well, nobody's complained about it. Yeah, that's not the way this really works, though. So we will have quirky test environments, and working through the issues in quirky test environments is very important because you have to be able to trust what your test results are. Another thing we'll talk about shortly. And the one we're really going to focus on today is the unhandled race conditions. So what is a race condition? A race condition is a condition that occurs when events can be received in a non-deterministic order. What does that mean? Well, we've all used some sort of telephone, right? And the scenario here is ending a phone call. Hey, you and your friend are talking, and then the call's finished. You've already made your plans. You've already delivered the information you need to deliver. And okay, time to end the call. There are two ways that can happen. Two legitimate ways that can happen is either the person who made the call ends the call, or the person who received the call ends the call. And it shouldn't matter to the system. But if the telecom system you're using doesn't handle both cases, the developers, the delivery team only expected the caller to hang up first and never expects the callee to hang up first, but they do, then you get an unhandled race condition, right? Two legitimate activities, actions, scenarios, which the system needs to be able to handle appropriately. If we don't handle it, then we're kind of done. But wait a minute. Wouldn't you have caught this in your functional feature testing? It's only two scenarios, right? This one hangs up, this one hangs up. All right. What if there's a three-way call? Or what if it is a conference call where it gets a little bit more complex about what all the innumerable scenarios are? And what about in this system? Where might they have some intermittent issues simply because of mistakenly unhandled or mishandled race conditions, right? Look at all the interconnected pieces there. This is largely what a lot of our websites and our web infrastructure and products and apps are looking like today, where we're talking to multiple different servers and microservices across multiple different containers and machines. We're reliant on third parties a lot. And what about this system? How many places might there be a missed opportunity to appropriately handle a race condition? So why is it so difficult? We have computers. We can do math, right? Why is this so difficult? Because we make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. We're flawed creatures. We have innate flaws where we can't work 24 hours a day. It's not physically possible to do that for an extended period of time. We have to eat. We have to sleep. We have to go to the bathroom, right? We can't do all the things all the time. And we make mistakes. We get tired. Tedious tasks are called that for a reason. And anything that's tedious, it's very easy to lose your attention span on and get a little careless over a sufficiently long period of time. And there are going to be a high number of combinations or permutations, whichever your system needs to handle, usually both in different places, of what the data would look like, what the events coming in, what the events going out would look like. It just makes it largely statistically impossible. I mean, not specifically impossible, but from a reasonable standpoint, reasonably impossible to enumerate all of those. And then even if we could, third-party interaction could be unpredictable. your marketing pixels and your interaction with payment services. Maybe PayPal's running a little faster today. Maybe it's running a little slower today. Maybe there's some sort of network hop issue between you and PayPal. And PayPal's just one instance there, right? They're all sort of marketing and tracking and social media, different aspects to our products today. And enumerating these is tedious, right? It's error prone because it's tedious, because there are so many. It is easy to lose track of what you have and have not covered. And the limitations of people and resources. Even if we could magically enumerate everything, well, we still have to build all of this automation. We still have to execute all of this automation. We have to have a place to execute that, right? Most of us don't have sufficiently deep pockets like the big companies do to say, I can have 700 virtual machines running all at the same time in a data center because I can afford it. I can afford the runtime. Now, AI can probably help here, both from a scenario generation standpoint, but also from the actual execution part of that. But you got to remember, AI, no matter how much we sort of humanize it and anthropomorphize it, it's still software, and there's still data, and there can still be bugs and issues. We would have to go and vet all the results. So it may save us some time, may even save us a lot of time, but it still may be too resource intensive to enumerate all the things. So now we sort of know what the limitations are. We sort of know what the type of problem is. So we have it in our sights. What do we do here? Well, we don't necessarily change what we're already doing. We keep doing the on every deploy scripts because generally they're valuable, they're providing value. If they're not providing value, turn them off, get rid of them. You need to audit your automation periodically, but keep running that, but supplement it with what I call periodic automation, which is really a fancy name for every now and then rerun some or all of your scripts on some sort of timeline, or set a schedule, set a timer, whatever, to rerun it when it is unlikely to be affected by a software change that was knowingly made. So I just checked in some code and the test ran and they all came back green. Woohoo! 10 minutes later, I ran it again. But one of them failed. Well, did any change in the system happen that we know of? Was there a new build and deploy? No, there was not. Oh, okay. Well, now we know that there's some other issue in there not related to newly added code or features that the system, that the automation has been made aware of. Or there was something that just wasn't caught earlier due to one of these interactions that weren't properly handled. So this approach is loosely related to a high volume automated testing concept of long sequence regression testing. You can Google that. I have a whole separate talk on HiVat. It's really interesting stuff. And this would be sort of the very rudimentary beginnings of what a long sequence regression test would look like. And the idea is very simple. It increases the chances of seeing the Sasquatch, right? The more you look, the more likely you are to see what you're looking for that's been hard to find. The downside here is you have to investigate every sighting. So every failure, you have to go and have a look at it and say, should this have failed? Did we know about this? What's the situation here? Why did it not fail last time? Oh, it did fail last time, and for the same reason. Okay, we can ignore that one. That one's being addressed separately. And in order to do this effectively, you have to have a very good relationship between the test team and the development team, or the role of tester and the role of developer, because there will need to be some partnering, sometimes some fast feedback about, here's what happened here. Can we add some logs so that we can check for this next time? It will impact what's going on there. But if the intermittent issue is important enough, in fact, I was just working on something with a client last week where it was an intermittent problem, and it was a sufficiently large problem that we got a whole bunch of the team together to work on it across dev and infrastructure and the test team. So an actual example. Here's the issue. I was working at an e-com company, and the idea was you would log in, and then you could buy this thing. And by the time you would get to actually do the checkout, every once in a while, it would return you to the login screen, and you would have to log in again. Dev says, cool, I found something. I fixed it. I can't reproduce it. However, I was running periodic automation, not necessarily to catch that. And I'll tell you a little bit why we were doing it in the first place a little later. But the periodic automation reproduces it. So clearly, it's only found in automation. It must be an automation problem, right? Anybody heard that before? Yeah. So clearly, it's an automation problem. And then the gnashing of the teeth, the rending of the cloth. It only happens in this environment. It only happens on this person's machine. Oh, wait, a dev finally reproduced it. And we know that as soon as a dev sees it, then it's really a bug. Anyway, that took longer than it probably could have, because at the time we didn't have the type of interactive relationship between the dev team and the test team that we really needed to have. Although after solving this issue, that relationship got to where everybody started understanding why this needed to happen. But surprise, the cause was an unhandled race condition. In fact, it was a few different unhandled race conditions, because when the dev would say, okay, I fixed it now, try it again, they were fixing actual issues, but there were just a few related there, several unhandled race conditions. And here it shows periodic automation helped. But into each life, some rain must fall, and we have to beware of something called failure fatigue. And failure fatigue is that you're just tired of looking at all the errors. It's so much extra work, and I have extra work in quotes because it's only extra work if it's something you weren't doing before and you did not need to do before. Now it's probably work that needed to have been done in the first place. But there's triage effort here. So all results need to be reviewed. Focus on the failures, but don't ignore your successes too, right? Again, with the auditing of your automation. Your successes can tell you a lot about why your failures may have happened, and maybe things are succeeding when they should not have. And again, time is of the essence here. The sooner we solve this problem, the lower our opportunity cost is, and the faster we get the resolved and out the door, and we can go back to the other things we need to be working on. But there are trust issues in here as well. If, quote, the automation is the only place that finds this, well, then we're going to start not trusting the automation. So we only see this with automation. I've heard that. Did you reproduce this manually? I've heard that. Oh, that scenario fails sometime, just ignore it. I've heard that. And then there's a rerun trap, right? So, oh, it failed. That one fails sometimes. Run it again. If it passes, we're good. Are we? Are we good? Or did we just ignore an intermittent issue that is in the system, in the product itself? Stay out of the rerun trap. Reruns are awesome for debugging. Yes, it's intermittent. No, it's not. Here's what the call flow looked like. But if you ignore something that passes the second time or third time you run it, because, okay, it's intermittent and it's obviously an automation problem, is it really an automation problem? So are trust issues that bad? They are. Largely for what I just said, because as soon as you start getting the fatigue of running all results, looking all the results, you're going to get tired of it, right? It's like, I don't have time to do that now, because you need to review all the results, at least all of the failures every time. You have to investigate it. You have to report it. You have to meet with other people, actually find these issues. You're less likely to find the issues. How do you keep up your strength? And I know I'm running a little past time here. Keep the noise to a minimum. So alert only the usual suspects. You might consider alerting only people who made code changes since the last success, to say, hey, look, y'all are the ones that checked in the last code. Y'all are the ones that are most likely to have injected this error or this issue. Make the reports non-abrasive but prominent. We used a thing where if the periodic automation would fail, it would turn on a red light. I've heard people using lava lamps. For the longer the lava is moving, the longer the build has failed. Some teams have monitors with reds and greens and stuff like that everybody can walk by and see. And better log and error messaging. the better your logs and error messages are, the less time it's going to take you to debug and to find and report issues. And here's a radical idea. Let's fix the problem, right? If there's a tool problem, fix the tool. If a script problem, fix the scripts. And the most radical idea here is fix the product. And this is where coming in with the development team and the development experts to be able to work together is really super powerful. Now that we might maybe only check what we're prepared to fix. And I don't have the sound effect here, but this would be that sound effect of the record scratch going. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean stop testing? What do you mean test only what we're going to fix? Bear with me for a second. Fixing issues requires effort, right? We talked about that. Testing fixes requires effort. And this is an opportunity cost, because if you're fixing stuff and if you're fixing stuff and debugging stuff, then you're not creating new, which is probably either going to cost at some point, or it's going to prevent some sort of revenue from coming in, or at least delay it. And the quote business may not want to fix. Oh, you know what? Yes, we're going to fix that, but not now. Or no, you know what? Yes, we agree that's an issue, but we have higher priority things. We're not fixing that. If we get some spare time, maybe we will. So what that can lead to is constant or intermittent failures, which leads to more triage effort, which leads to more failure fatigue. So what do we do about this? Well, you can stop that script. That script is failing intermittently or all the time. You can just stop it, comment it out, and say, we have an issue. Business said they're not going to fix it, or it's not going to be fixed anytime soon. Log that somewhere so that you have a record of, hey, we're not running this script anymore. Another thing to do, especially if it's going to be fixed eventually, is change the script to check for the incorrect behavior. I know, crazy. Why would I test for the wrong thing? On this one, is it really the wrong thing if the business decision makers say, we're not going to fix that now? Sort of implicitly, they're saying, this is the way I expect it to work. So perhaps we check for the incorrect behavior, add a script change activity, though, because we are going to want this to get reverted back once this is actually fixed. And as an advanced note, we'll make it fail when the correct behavior is restored. Why would we do that? So that it's an extra reminder for us to go back and fix it so that it does the right thing as opposed to the temporarily right thing. Confession. I would like you to think that I was a super genius that just came up with this one day, but I sort of backed into this. I'm lazy. It depends who you ask. I'd like to think I'm the good kind of lazy. And we didn't have a CI or CD environment yet. The team was working on that, but I needed something in the meantime to automate and check basic scenarios on this one web app. So I just wrote a bat file to run the scripts every 30 minutes. Cool. Got it done. Yay. Green, green, green. And then we started getting that light, that red light would click. And it was a good approach to reproducing Sasquatch because we figured out, okay, we're not running this on a change. Nothing changed. The build didn't change. Nothing changed here. I didn't push this. Nobody pushed that. But that's just how it all worked out. So like I said, I sort of backed into that. So some takeaways here. Some issues are intermittent. They just are. The systems and applications we have today are just too interconnected, too dependent on other things outside of our control to be able to enumerate and realistically check every situation. So keep the run on deploy, right? Keep what you have today. Supplement with periodic automation, but only as much as you can tolerate before you start falling into failure fatigue. Because ultimately, you must trust your automation. If your automation is giving you inconsistent results, you have a problem in one of several places. One of them could be the automation, but don't forget that automation is supposed to be doing its job, which is sort of giving you information about what your expectations are versus what reality is. You got to look at all the results, focus on fail, but look at the past as well. and keep your eye out for failure fatigue. If you feel like you or your team are falling into failure fatigue, change something, run it less often, fix the issues, whatever is the appropriate for the situation. And again, here's my contact info, and I believe we're going to have a Q&A session here in just a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll see y'all over there.
Yeah, so I will remove the slides and actually let's start the Q&A session. Unfortunately,
it's right here. Okay.
Yeah, couldn't join us, but he will join to the last Q&A session of the event. So to our audience, do not worry, all the questions will be answered. Let's start with the first questions for Paul. How to identify the squash tests, just to rerun the same set you did earlier, again some change, or expand coverage?
Well, that's going to be situation dependent. What we did was run the same ones over and over and over, because I didn't want the run to take a super long time. I want to be able to run it every 30 minutes. I think it took like 5 or 6 minutes to run, then 30 minutes later would run again. You want it to be a reasonable amount of time, just from a tolerance standpoint, but you also, okay, we had our periodic automation run. Now I have to spend a half an hour going through all the results, right? That might be a good deal for you. It might not. So it's very situation dependent. Over time, I would expect your coverage to expand, but I wouldn't think that in most cases for the scenarios that I'm looking for here is I wouldn't think that you're running tens or even hundreds of tests, or certainly not hundreds of tests, unless you're working at the API level. If you're working with REST or SOAP or something like that, the scale changes completely, simply because those tests run so much faster.
Great answer, thank you. Let's switch to the next one. Who has to write tests for CI/CD, the QA or developer?
Trick question. That's bait. Okay. The answer is yes. The answer is whoever has the right skill and the work has been prioritized such that the next thing up is a unit test or some sort of functional test automation GUI API thing. If you have two people that are available, one's a dev and one's a tester or a QA person or an automation person, each should be equally able to perform that actual task of creating the test. Now, neither should do it in a vacuum. It shouldn't be, well, I'm a developer, this is code, I did my code, I put it, now we have a test. Well, no, there probably needs to be some code review and probably some tester review of that as well. And vice versa. If the tester's doing it, or if an automation person's doing it, somebody needs to review that as well, especially if the automation person is not actually performing the tests. You're definitely going to want to have a tester to look at that as well, to make sure that it's doing what we think it should be doing and the expectations are correct. But this review activity not only gives you generally better results, it also builds trust because there's transparency there. And once you have trust, you trust your automation, then you really start getting value out of it.
Great point. Thank you for answering that. And the last question, actually, we have 3 questions for you. So how can we integrate multiple base URL to re-verify the test cases integrated to different server at the same time using parallel execution?
Multiple base URLs. Okay. Yeah, so this would be generally this would be an automation configuration consideration, and it's going to depend on which tool you're running and which execution tool you're running as well, right? So let's say you're running Playwright. Well, Playwright's going to have some sort of idiom about how to handle URLs. Well, now you're going to go into, let's say, Azure DevOps. Well, it's got a way of handling pipeline environment variables. So maybe you might have 2 different pipelines, one for each. You know, they both work off the same code, but they have a different target URL that's passed in at runtime. There are a lot of ways to handle this particular implementation. Configurability is the key, but I can't really answer that question definitively because this is really going to be situation dependent.
Great answer. Thank you for clarifying that. And yeah, thank you for joining us live. Thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation, to educate our audience, and for answering the questions. And it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. Thank you for joining us at such an early time. I remember we had time difference.
Yes. And actually, we lucked into it working out better today than it would have on another day. So I said, okay, yeah, let's go do it live, because I don't like recording things ahead of time. It's boring.
That's great. It's also always more engaging, and yeah, it was nice to see you in live, to meet you, and yeah, hope to cooperate with you next time. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we have 7 minutes left for the break. So grab yourself a coffee, rethink some insights you just got, and come back to the third block. Yeah. All right, and we are back. Can you believe that we are already in the middle of the conference, starting the third block with our incredible speaker, Vipin Jain, who is head of QA MetaCube, with amazing topic, debugging emotions, leading testing through the lens of emotional intelligence. Let me invite him to the stage. Hi, Vipin, how are you?
Hello, Sia. So good to be back on this stage. This is, I think, my third time. So
Wow.
yeah, and I'm pretty
Great.
excited because I'm not delivering this time a typical testing topic, but this is, I think, more than testing and helpful for everyone. So yeah, pretty excited about that.
Yeah, and Vipin is live with us, so I'm encouraging all the audience to ask the questions. Topic is really interesting, really on hype right now, so feel free to ask the questions. And yeah, let me share your slides, and the stage is yours. Do your magic.
So I can just click on this and this will move forward.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just a minute. Yes, this is full screen. It's not going forward.
No, it's not.
I'm just. Shall I share my screen? That would be a better option.
Maybe it would work better. Yeah.
Share screen. This one. Share. Yes, it moves forward now. Okay.
And I'm adding it to the stage.
So let me just go back.
Now it works. Definitely.
Yes. Okay. All good. Shall I begin?
Yeah, sure.
Is this visible? And am I audible?
Yeah, everything works perfectly. You can start.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So, welcome everyone. My name is Vipin Jain, and I live in India. And right now it's 6:30 p.m. evening for me. So I don't know where everyone is right now, but wherever you are, good morning, evening, afternoon. Uh, so thanks for joining my session. And as you can see the name and the diagram here, it's the importance of emotional intelligence in effective leadership. Uh, how to debug your emotions to build a strong team, right? There is no testing involved here, but whatever team you are part of, whether you are a leader or whether you are a team member, emotions play a very critical role. Uh, you might be thinking, like, when everyone is talking about AI, which is artificial intelligence, what I am doing with EI, which is emotional intelligence. And you will shortly see what I mean to say here. Let's quickly see what EI, emotional intelligence, is all about. And as you can see the definition in the first paragraph, it is the ability of a person to understand their own emotions, emotions of others, and to act appropriately using those emotions. It never stops growing because we never stop growing. We are always evolving as a person, as a human being. And it is something that must be nurtured, that must be grown, that must be taught, whatever you say. But it's a very strong, I would say, statement is that teams cannot be successful if there is no emotion involved within the teams. As a leader, it is very, very critical that you should have those emotions. You should think on the emotional intelligence guidelines. And if you are not, your team may be very, very strong technically, but then small issues keep surfacing because as a leader, you are not able to control your emotions or your team's emotions. Emotional intelligence is made up of 5 components: self-awareness, self-regulation, social skills, empathy, and motivation. When I talk about self-awareness, it is about managing your own emotions. Self-regulation is how you look at other people's emotions. Social skills, like how you go within the team. Are you a likable leader? Do you have biases? Do you enjoy with the team? And so on and so forth. Motivation, yes, without motivation we cannot even keep a foot forward. If we are motivated, then we are like an autonomous vehicle. And empathy, you have a strong feeling towards your team members and take various actions to ensure that the team reciprocate on the same feelings. Let's begin with one and the first point, which is self-awareness. That's like recognizing your internal feelings. Now, whenever you wake up in the morning and you take a look in the mirror while getting ready for your work, sometimes you feel, very up. It's like, oh, wow, that's a great day. Today, I will, as a QA, I will identify, let's say, 10 bugs. I will complete my automation scripts. I will do this. I will do that. You are very, very motivated, right? Sometimes we feel very low. Oh, it's not a good day. I don't want to go to office, the same old people, the same old job. I'm not happy. So these are two very extreme emotions, right? But this is something which we feel on a daily basis. So just recognize how you are feeling. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to talk to someone. But internally, you know how you are feeling today. And remember, how you are feeling today will decide how your day goes like. So if you are feeling low or something, try to find ways, and I'll just see what ways we can incorporate. And always use your gut feelings to guide your decisions. Most of the times they are correct. Feelings, emotions, decisions, they don't go like 2 plus 2 equal to 4, right? So sometimes you have to just believe that whatever you are feeling is correct, and most of the time it is. So how to boost your self-awareness? Take things slow. Whenever you experience anxiety, anger, or any strong emotion, stop. You can go 10 minutes late to the office. There is no point you are not feeling well and still carrying on with the same routine. Take a deep breath and then examine why you are doing it. So if you are feeling anger, don't take an immediate step, because any step which comes as an answer to your anger basically can break things further. Take a deep breath, take your mind away from that situation, quickly examine why it happened. Was it some email that you saw in the morning? Was it, let's say, you didn't have a good night's sleep, that's why you don't feel good life? Just examine why it is happening. Then acknowledge your weaknesses. So this isn't an exercise to see how bad you are, but basically it's a chance to acknowledge where the growth can happen. So if you don't feel like something is not good or something is not happening correctly for you, once you examine, you will identify that most of the cases, the reason is you yourself. And there is no shame in acknowledging, yes, this is my weakness. If you are awake till 3 a.m. in the morning, it's very hard for you to wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning next day. And you cannot blame anyone else. It's your own weakness. Acknowledge it. If you cannot talk to someone, write things in your journal. Just like the old diary we maintain, right? Just write one line. Today morning, I felt quite happy because something has happened today morning. Or today morning, I felt bad because something happened. If 10 days later, you face the same situation and you are feeling like the same as 10 days earlier, just look at the journal and then you realize that in certain situations, you don't feel happy. And that will help you to improve your situation. Try to not repeat those mistakes so that your emotions don't go on a negative. Self-regulation is now, as a leader, you also have to manage other people's emotions, right? Your team will come to you with all kind of problems. They will come with personal situations. They will come with professional situations. They will come with ecosystem issues. They will come with machines not working properly. Even air conditioner is not working fine, right? Two people sometimes cannot sit together and they start arguing. One person is, let's say, having a high volume of songs. The other person is not liking it. Someone wants air conditioner right on his face, right? The other person may not like it. So there are so many small and larger issues, but you cannot ignore them. Because when the team comes to you with any situation, with any issue, they are actually looking you as a facilitator to resolve that issue. If the person who is coming in anger or some frustration to you, and you also reciprocate in the same frustration level, then you are not giving him a solution. You are actually aggravating the situation. Either people will stop coming to you, which is never good for a project, or the people, even if come to you, they just come as a formality because they know you are not going to give them a solution. So you have to listen to them very calmly, coolly, listen whatever they have to say, then ask them, okay, sit, now hear me. When you do that, the entire, I would say, the temperature of the room or the situation, it goes down, the minds become calm, and then you can start discussing in a proactive and positive way. So how to boost your self-regulation? The first and foremost, what are your values as an individual? Dig deep into your values. Which thing you agree, which things you don't agree, where you don't compromise. Doesn't matter. Sometimes you have to be hard. But if they are the learnings that you gathered from your childhood, from your teachers, from your parents, your family, society, all these things actually come to play at this stage. Let's say you are not going to say someone any abusive word. That's not my value. So even if someone comes in the room and starts shouting, those abusive words, they don't come out of my mouth. If you always talk to very politely to your team members, that's your value. So why you have to change when someone starts shouting at others? Just try to identify what are the emotions of your team member who is actually coming and shouting. And once you start analyzing it, right, then you can possibly figure out like what is important to you, what's your ethics. So you first have to stay on your core values. Then whatever situation is and whatever you handle in a way, think yourself as, is there a better way that I can do the next time? Always have this feeling of self accountability. For example, let's say you miss a deadline. Now, whenever your boss or someone else, your customer says that, hey, you missed your deadline and I'm not happy. And we immediately start giving excuses. We say, I was almost on time, but my neighbor's dog just ran after me. And that's why I was half an hour late to the office. And that's why I missed the deadline. Why you have to give those excuses? Because you are not ready to claim the accountability. If you are a leader, your entire team, the customers, the deliveries, you are accountable for everyone. So if today you have to make an excuse, can you do something better next time so that you don't have to make an excuse? And then Bruce Lee, the famous karate fighter, right, and famous movie star, he once said, be like water. Water doesn't have any shape. Wherever the water is kept in, it takes that shape. So always be like water, which means adapting to changes in your environment. So next time when you are faced with some stress, which is coming directly or indirectly from your team members, take a deep breath, take a short walk outside and think what you can control and what you cannot. Sometimes it's advisable to let go of your feelings. So if someone is coming to your room who is very stressed and shouting, let him shout for a minute. He cannot shout for like an hours, for many hours. He will shout for for a minute, for half a minute, for 2 minutes maximum. Then ask him to sit down, offer him some water, maybe take him out for some coffee or something, and then ask, what is the situation? What happened? So be like water. Water always has a calming, cooling influence. When you yourself start feeling like water, you can always have that cool influence on the rest of your team. Then social skills. We all believe in social skills, right? We go out, we party with our teammates, but not everyone is actually doing it. There is always someone in the entire group who is sitting quiet, sipping his coffee or beer in the corner, not talking to everyone else. And when in the office space, there is always someone who is quietly working on his machine. He may be a great coder. He may not be a good communicator. He may not be someone who is, not good at social skills. He wants to be, but he doesn't have those skills. So how you as a leader can involve everyone within your team? You can always say your team of 20 people, guys, let's go to the bar today. All 20 are there. But then you are just talking to those 10 people who are like the party animals. What about the other 10 people who are not party animals, who don't go often outside, but they still are part of the team? Can you identify those emotions in them? Organize groups and meetings. Always as a leader, try to talk to those people who talk to you less. Make them feel that you are there for everyone, not just for those 10 people who love to go to parties. And this is a very common happening in most of the teams. And then negotiate solutions. If someone is not, let's say, talking or someone, negotiate solutions. But in the end, when someone leaves your project or company after some years, that guy ideally should be, let's say, the person who will remember you the most. Party people, party animals can fit everywhere. But if someone who is not a party animal feels like he belongs to the team, he will remember you as a leader for his life. Take this example. Most fierce competitors in one of the world sports, right? Nadal and Federer. And they often have said in the past that they don't like each other. Why? Because Federer was not able to win on a clay court. Nadal was never able to easily win on Wimbledon or the grass courts. What happened when they both retired? When Federer decided to retire, even Nadal cried. Why? Because over the years, in every competition, when they met, they slowly start socializing with each other. They slowly started to understand each other. What Federer is made up of, what Nadal is made up of. There might be two totally different personalities coming from two different cultures. One is from Switzerland, another is from Spain. I don't know where they were, what were their upbringings. They might be rich, they might be very modest backgrounds. I don't know. But ultimately, as fierce competitors, they met each other 1 time, 2 times, 5 times, 100 times. They started understanding each other. And in the end, they both developed emotions with each other. And this is exactly what I want to say here. You can develop emotions, you can develop friendship with more than half of your team very easily. The challenge is how to develop your friendship with those 5 people who talk very less. Actionable tips here. So always give great compliments. It won't take a single penny or a shilling to give a compliment. If someone in your team have done a brilliant work, go to his table, pat on his back, just say, brilliant work. Believe me, he will feel so happy. He will feel so motivated to give his 100% to the next task. Don't be afraid. Don't think like, if I go to him and what he will think. You are the leader. Show you are a leader. Learn to communicate effectively. There are many ways. Communication just is not about emailing. That's a text. There are no emotions attached in the text. Emotions are when you go to someone, when you talk to someone. When someone attaches a face to the voice, then he can imagine the emotions. So you can use your hand gestures, you can use your body language, before speaking. Think about that, what you are going to speak. Sometimes you have to give bad feedback. Sometimes you have to give good compliments. And then go out and socialize. Doesn't matter you are 50 years old and your team is 20 years old. You are the leader. That's your team. Go out and socialize with them. Don't compete in drinking beer. They can drink 10. But share one beer, share one coffee, share good laughter with them. And you will see that the social skills will be boosted up both for you as well as your team. Then as a leader, you have to stay focused. You have to be motivated. Focus and motivation always comes from the top management and it goes straight down. If you yourself is not motivated, your team will start panicking very, very early. You will find setbacks. Sometimes deliveries will get late. Sometimes there will be production issues after 10 rounds of testing. We know that as professionals, we know that your code cannot be 100% correct. 99.9 it can be correct, but there might be something there. Okay, that's fine. The world will not stand still if there is a bug on the production. But if you start panicking, if you start showing terror on your face, what do you think? Your team will be laughing? They will start facing panic more than you. So you have to stay persistent, whatever setback is there. And as I mentioned earlier, whatever happened now is fine, but then use the feedback mechanisms to ensure that you will do a better job next time. But don't lose your focus. Don't lose your smile on your face. Your face should always be softer. If it is hardened, then it will be hard for the team to stay focused. And how to do that? Always think about the big picture. So when you are burned out, you run out of motivation. You will start losing the sight of the long term. And we just focus on those small things, which are the short-term things, right? But many short terms will not lead to the larger picture. So whenever something bad happens, always remember the big picture in front of you. So which means the journey is difficult to reach to your final destination. Your final destination is the big picture. The journeys are the small releases. I would say every release is a journey to reaching to a final milestone. So some release will go 100% correct. Some may not be 100% correct, but that's fine. Take those learnings, do the next release. And always become a smart optimist. I love this line when I say that pessimism is a great way to kill motivation, but optimism is a greater way to get your hopes crushed. So don't be optimistic in everything. Optimism has to be realistic. And when I say smart, you all know the full form of SMART. So I will tell you just now. So basically, when I say smart optimist, that means always have realistic goals in front of you. Those goals which can be measurable, which can be attainable, right? For example, so first, smart is about it's specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. So when you say, for example, I want to retire or I want to lose 25 kgs by the end of this year, that's a good goal. But is this realistic? Is this measurable? Is this attainable? The goal is not very clear. But if you say something like, I want to reduce 25 kilograms by end of this year. To do this, I will jog every day for 5 kilometers. I will join a gym and I will do like 2 hours of exercises. I will do my diet planning. I will cut out some carbs, right? So now this becomes more specific, attainable, realistic goal. And then in 3 months, I'll try to lose my first 5 kilograms. In the next 3 months, I will lose the next 7 kilograms. So after every some time period, you can measure where you are in your actual goal. So same thing you can do with your delivery. Same thing you can do with your team's growth plans when you discuss with them. Don't say, look, after 2 years, I want you to become the lead of my team. Great. But then where is the realistic part of it? Give him small milestones. After 2 months, I want to see this. After another 2 months, I want to see become master of Jira, because through Jira project, you want to do the project planning stuff. Then at the end of the year, you should understand what Scrum is all about. Then improve your communication, because you will be talking to your team members as a lead. Give him small goals, which are measurable, attainable, realistic, time out. Finally, the empathy part. Understand other people feeling. Understand the emotional perspective. So you meet someone in your gallery and you say, hey, how are you? That's a normal greeting. And generally he says, I'm fine. How about you? 5 days later, again, the same guy meets you in the canteen and the coffee shop. Hey, how are you? And he can again say, I'm fine. But if you hear him clearly and look at his face when he's actually speaking about that, he may be saying that he's fine. His face may be telling you a different story. So then why he's saying he's fine? Because he doesn't want to open in front of you. He doesn't want to show vulnerability in front of you. But you as a leader, as an experienced person who is leading teams for last 15 years, 20 years, you can read emotions on the faces, or you should be able to read emotions. Then go to the guy again and, hey, what's wrong? You don't seem fine. And when you put your hand on his shoulder and then, the guy starts opening up. That's the empathy we want to have with our team members. Understand what their feelings are, what their needs are, what their wants, what their concerns, and then try to resolve them as a senior person, as a someone who is more experienced in terms of life as well as project. And how to become more empathetic, ask questions. Because if he just says, I am fine, and you go away, nothing will happen now. But if you go to him and ask questions, how are you? How's your family? How are your kids doing? Is everything good? And then on one of the questions, he will start answering something, because that's the actual question. That was his pain point. So ask. When you ask, he will reply. One time, 2 times, he may not be, but 3rd time, he will reply. And when you ask, always pay attention to your body language. Your body language should not be aggressive. Your body language should not be of a boss. The body language should be of a friend. So are you crossing your arms or avoiding eye contacts while listening? Very, very critical things. If you are talking to your friend or your team member, trying to find his problem, look into his eyes straight. Sometimes it's a scientific theory, a scientific research, which says that if you cannot develop empathy in yourself, get a pet, have a cat or a dog or any other, because these animals, they cannot speak, but with their body language, with their, I would say, the way they move their tails, right? And the way they just roam around in the house, they can tell whether they are very happy, whether they are sad. They will become energized as soon as you get in. And looking at their body language, you also understand what they are feeling, what they are going through. So when looking at a pet, living with a pet, looking at their emotions, we can understand what they are going through. Why can't we get the same feelings or read some other person's emotions when he's in front of you as well? We can do it. So if you cannot learn those things, let's say in the sitting in a team, get a pet. I'm sure many of you will have a pet. They already have a pet. So you all have that empathy thing within yourself. Just show it with your team members. Then EI, emotional intelligence, is all about a fusion of your heart and your brain. Just find a balance. Brain is the logical aspect. Brain is the deliveries. Brain is the business. Brain is the money. Brain is hiring. Brain is firing. Heart is how to run a team, how to sit and make sure the team feels belong to here. Everyone feels that I am critical part of my team. No one is senior or junior in your team. Mahatma Gandhi once said, be the change you seek. So if you want your team to behave in a certain way, to follow a policy, to follow a process, you should be the first person to do that. Timesheets, very, very critical thing, because when we fill timesheets, they ultimately were sent to the customers, and then we get the money from that, right? You want your team to fill timesheets. Every timesheet should be ready by 29th of the month so that you can check it and send on the 30th. Is your timesheet ready by 29th? If it is, then you are the change and you want that change. If it is not, then you are asking something from your team which you yourself is not obeying. You should be the first person to reach the office by 9 a.m. if you want your team to reach by 9 a.m. If you come daily by 11, then slowly your team will start coming at 10:30. Listen with your third ear. Very, very important thing. When your team comes to you, when people talk to you, listen completely. And again, a study says that 87% of the people in a two people conversation, they don't listen to the end. Instead, what happens is they just start thinking about the answer midway in the conversation. So my statement is not complete, but you are already thinking about the answer that you will give me, which means you have to listen with the intent to understand and not with the intent to reply. Listen someone very, very carefully till the end, right? So this is popularly called as listen with your third ear, because the first 2 years, they just listen with intent to reply. Have a third ear, which is always available to your team members. They can come and talk to the third ear as much as possible. Whenever you feel like your brain is hijacked, pause. What do you mean by brain is hijacked? Sometimes there are a lot of emotions in our body, and due to which your critical thinking stops for some time. That is called as brain hijacking. So a sudden emotional burst, anger, fear, despair, it can lead to a response. And whenever something like this happens, and you know that, oh, I am feeling quite angry, I am feeling very, very nervy. This is a big release. I am feeling very anxious. Of course, what will happen will happen. What you can do is, at that moment, if someone comes to you, things will not go right because you are not in that state of mind. Take a small pause. 5-minute pause is sufficient. Just change the location where you are right now. If you are in a room, go out. If there is a garden nearby, go there. If there is a rooftop, go there. Take some fresh air, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, look at people who are there, come back, and you will definitely see the situation. Suddenly, it's like a diffused situation. Suddenly, you will feel less tensed. Socrates has said, know thyself. You have to understand who you are. What are your trigger points? In which situation you get angry? In which situation you will feel happy? Something like this. Identify your triggers. When you are happy, sad, anger, surprise, disgust, identify your triggers, and then work on your own to make sure when this situation comes again, you are a balanced person. You won't feel too much angry. You won't feel too much disgusted. And then leave judgments at the door. feedback mechanism is one of the most critical aspects of any team's success or failure. And as a senior, you should be giving feedbacks, but also asking feedbacks from your team members. But whenever something happens, all the past feedbacks should be left out of the door, and always take the new situation as a new situation. It's not like, oh, last time you also came to me and you also did the same issue, right? Which means you are now biased. Don't let that biasness come into your mind. Think clearly, listen for the first time, listen completely, and then take a pause and give an honest opinion or a feedback to your team member, or ask for honest opinion from your team member. These are some very interesting reads. There is something from Daniel Coleman. There is another one, Building Emotional Intelligence, Habits of Highly Effective People, from Stephen Conway. I personally recommend Daniel Goleman. That's the first one. And the other two are equally good. If you are leader, if you are trying to become a leader in your career path, or if you are like already working as a leader for last 10 years, these are very, very good reads. If you are a good reader them yourself, just grab any of them, read it. I am 100% sure your leadership will go to a next level. With this, thank you, and I'm open to any questions or something.
Thank you, Vipin, for the presentation. And yeah, we will have Q&A session at the end of the blog after next presentation. So see you there. We received various questions for you, and it would be a great discussion.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Vipin. And yes, let me invite our next speaker to the stage, who is Kumar Abhishek. He is already with us live. Let me add him to the stage. So, hi Kumar, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Also fine. Thanks for asking. And yeah, I'm extremely glad to see you here. Finalizing our leadership blog, I guess, because all the presentations here are leadership oriented, and I'm adding your slides to the stage. And yeah, I won't take more time from you. Please feel free to start.
All right. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So good morning from California. It's 6:30 a.m. here. So today I'm going to talk about software testing, the science behind the art. A few of the things Vipin covered in his, exemplary session. So I'll kind of like take it forward. All right. Before we start, quick introduction to myself. My name is Kumar Abhishek, based out of California, as I mentioned. Currently working as manager for estate team at Akamai Technologies. My expertise is in like building efficient software teams, setting up the software processes, and in fact, the release processes too. One of the recent achievement I'd like to share, I was the gold winner for Titan Awards 2024 the last week. It concluded for the management category, which is basically for best software quality management strategy. I also served as the industry judge at the Globee Awards 2024. Below is my LinkedIn. In case you want to connect, yeah, please feel free to send the request. Before getting into the presentation, I just want to kind of like, quickly quote, a quote from Nassim Nicholas. He's a statistician. And what it says is, quality is the result of an intelligent effort, not a chance happening. I truly believe in that. There's a lot of effort goes into maintaining any of the the quality efforts. If your software is kind of like doing good, it's not by chance. It's kind of like a lot of good effort by the people. A lot of time it's not really kind of appreciated much. A lot of people kind of like think software testing as a second class citizen. That's not the case. It's really equivalent to the software development. So what are we going to talk about today? So we'll look into some of the case studies and technically sort of like challenges a software test manager can face. And then we'll look into some of the methodical way to approach these challenges. And we'll look into the learnings out of it. So remember, so this talk is just not for the software test leaders. It can be somebody who is already in the software leadership, whether it's a development or it's a testing. It can be someone who aspire to be a software leader. And the third one is even the people who wants to continue in the individual contributor role. They can also get a lot of benefits and can apply most of the frameworks in their day-to-day life. So yes, stay tuned. So before we start, let's look into our persona. So Bob is a 37 years old man. He lives in Germany. He works for XYZ firm, has been doing like really great in his career. Right, 3 months back, he was promoted to software test manager. So congratulations to Bob, and he's currently managing a team of 4. So days have been rosy so far, but once he became the manager, he started facing some of the challenges, and we'll look into what are those challenges. So the first thing Bob faced after becoming the manager, and it's kind of like one of the classic case most of the managers or the leaders really face in the day-to-day, work. So Bob was asked by his manager to qualify a feature X, within a certain timelines called T. Now we saw that Bob has 4 people reporting into him. Now 3 of them are very busy right now. There are like some other assignments going on, and Bob is stressed out. He was unable to understand. He's a new leader come manager and trying to find out how to go about this. What is a constant here? So there's not enough time to complete the work. And the next one is there's not enough staffing to take up the work because 3 out of 4 people are already busy with some of the assignments. So Bob is stressed out. He's also stressed out about job burnout for the team members in case that he goes and like provide these work to the team members, and it's not easy for them to complete in the certain time frame, and that can trigger a lot of pressure down in the team. So what should Bob do? So Bob should just rest, not literally, but can apply a framework called REST. I call it REST. What does it mean? So the first thing is like, redefining the process. So there are 2 aspects of looking into it. One is like, what Bob should do right away and what Bob should do in the for the future, so that these kind of like, situation doesn't kind of like arrive so often or doesn't arrive ever. Redefining the process is about can Bob go and ask about the like early involvement in the planning, because things doesn't work in a way that okay, somebody walks in and asks that okay, hey, you need to finish this work and this much time, with no kind of like previously any idea about that really happening. So I'm pretty sure like the talk must be happening somewhere. So Bob can come up to his manager and talk about like, hey, I'm proposing this new process, and this will help us plan better in the future. So that's the way to start. Now, when you're applying any new change or defining any process, it becomes like really important to apply the change management principles, right? Because not everybody wants to kind of like really the human are reluctant to any change. So I personally prefer Kurt Levin's change management strategy, which says that unfreeze, make change, and freeze. So what does that mean is like unfreeze the current process, make the required changes, and then freeze the process. This may require like some convincing to the key stakeholders, but it works the really good way. And it's kind of like a well-trusted process in the industry. Now, the next thing is like engagement and negotiation. Now, if you see from the current perspective, it's very important to kind of like get the software going out. And what does that mean? So that Bob can go and ask the right questions. And these questions can be that, hey, I understand this is important, but can we just do like a particular sub feature or sub features, or can we leave something out of it, because I don't think like it's super important, but I can get view from you guys. Bob can also talk about like, okay, what about I can do like the top 3 features? And if you think like, okay, that's enough, so can you just give me like your top 3 features, which is kind of like really important? This discussion can be with the other key stakeholders, can be like a product manager along with Bob's manager and few other people. Now, Bob can also ask about like, okay, hey, I have like 3 people working on some other project. Is it something that we can deprioritize as of now so that we can take care of this one and see how it goes? One of the very important skill leaders should have is kind of like the ability to say no. In fact, it's just not true for the leader; it's for the normal human being as well as like anybody who is in the IC or individual contributor role. So the next one is the another way, like, okay, I look at it is like, defining some of the testing strategies. So one of the famous and most important one I personally use is like Pareto principle, which is called the 80-20 rule. And what does this mean? So this means that 20% of 20% of effort is a result to the 80% of the outcomes. Now, the one way to go is like finding those 20% important test cases and ensuring that it covers 80 to 90% of workflow. So most of the times people start with a happy path, and you basically say that we are not going to cover all the negative test cases. We have this the positive cases, the base cases covers, which covers the 80% of the workflow. The another important thing is like a divide and conquer strategy. What I have seen is like, okay, most of the companies at times have multiple QA teams. The one for testing the component level, the another for testing the end-to-end system QA. So divide and conquer kind of like helps to work, through these situations where both leaders can actually work together and decide that what areas they can cover and other areas can be covered by the other team. And it really works great. And in this situation also maintains a good synergy between the teams. So again, something widely used. Now, you define all this testing strategies stuff and all, and but it's very important to provide the transparency to the key stakeholders and setting the right expectations. So what does that mean is have to ensure that what are the pros and cons of each strategy you are following, so that the same can be communicated to the customers. It's very important to share the test results and the known issues so that they can take a call that, okay, with these issues, can we go kind of like really go out, and they can sign off, from the releases or any of the milestones you are completely, currently working on. So, and the next case we are looking at is the bug dilemma. So this is kind of like should not happen very often, to be very honest, but yeah, sometimes they do happen. And what happens here is like the functional bug made to the software releases, and it is found during the release testing cycle, or maybe sometimes in production, which is like more bad. Now, as soon as like Bob became the test manager, he found that in one of the release, the functional bug, made it to the software release, and he was not sure like, okay, fine, it came now, so how he can avoid these things in the future. Now, when you have the bugs found in the late in the cycle, so that means that you're having a delayed releases, and sometimes when it's found in production, then you have to start the whole cycle from the scratch. Now, this can lead to losing the trust from the customers, right? And of course, like the when the bug is found in the later in the cycle, so the costs will be definitely higher because a lot of teams are involved to get it done, and it goes through the entire cycle. And at times, like I've seen, like, okay, the QA teams are kind of like blamed for that. So this is again a classic case which do happen. And what should Bob do in these cases? So Bob needs to act literally as well as the framework wise. It's very important to accept the gap. If the functional bug is making to the releases, there is a gap in the process, and it's important to accept that gap so that Bob can really work and see that, okay, find out where is the gap and how that can be filled. It's at the end of the day, like, okay, it's everybody is getting paid for the work they are doing. So there's no point for anybody getting offended. So it's very important to accept the gap and work in the right direction. Then what are the right direction? So most of the STLCs, and it's very important and recommended to have the CI gates. So there are two ways of looking into it. So one is like, there are PR gates, which is kind of like pull request gates, which means that, hey, unless you have all the test cases passing, you cannot merge your PR. So these can be enforced using like the webhooks on the Git or whatever you are using, and that can trigger some Jenkins job. And if your test case is passed, then only you are allowed to merge. And also you can set that, okay, how many reviews you want for that PR. So it's important to have those, CI, the PR gates, the first thing. The next thing is like, okay, how the continuous integration and continuous testing works. So you have like a set of test cases, and with every change which is getting merged, you trigger some Jenkins job and ensure that everything is passing. So Bob needs to ensure that, okay, do we have the CI gates? If not, then he can propose one. Because that's really important for making sure these things do not really happen in the future. Now the next one is like, if it's there, is it working as expected? Is it kind of like covering the cases which kind of like was found in the testing cycle? Because if you're finding something during the testing cycle, so you're running some test cases from like somewhere, and those cases should anyways be the part of the CI. And also he should ensure that if there's a CI, all the QA cases or the test cases are actually running on the CI. The next important thing is like to ensure that we have enough coverage around the area. So one of the things which Bob also have to ensure that is like to have that mindset to with the team and the others key stakeholder is quality shared. When people think about the quality, they just care about the test teams. But remember, it's a developers also is writing the unit test, and quality in general is not a one team is responsible for it. So it's very important to have that mindset. Now, how can one increase the test coverage? So of course, if you kind of like think from increasing the test density point of view, so it's very important to have like a TDD mindset, which is a test driven development mindset. So TDD basically means that a developer will start kind of like thinking about the test, write a test, and then write enough code for those tests to pass. Um, you know, so of course there's a trade-off. There's always kind of like people can debate that, okay, this takes time and stuff and all, but this is very important. So it may happen that there's no pure TDD applied in your firm, but it's still having that mindset which ensures that, okay, this unit test covering for the software basically ensures that, okay, there's enough coverage. And of course, on the QA tests, Bob can go and check that, okay, do we have like the enough test coverage there? Also, there's a way, there are different tools based on the language you are kind of like using and your software is using to find the code coverage that basically gives more confidence that, okay, how much your test is covering the code. So that's really important. Um, Once you do all this action, or Bob does all this action, it's very important to provide the visibility on the learnings and the action taken to all stakeholders so that they exactly know, nobody's kind of like slipping the issue under the rug, and they are basically doing the right action needed to ensure that it doesn't happen in the future. So let's go to the case 3, which is a cascading effect. Happens most of the times. And what does it say? So Bob realized that the developers committed for some time frame for providing the code, and it's taking a lot more than that time frame. And his team feels that they are blocked and not able to make any progress. What should be the approach in this situation? Now, as it says that cascading effects, so it's kind of like going to cascade further, so which means that the release or the milestone can get delayed. Your QA cycle can be squeezed because some other team has taken a lot more time, and then there's like some customer commitment stuff and all. So what should Bob do in this case? Again, looking into two different ways. One is like, okay, something which needs to be done right away, and something for the future. So I'm again coming to the planning. So it's very important to have a very efficient planning and process. What does that mean? So it means that, okay, seeing the bigger picture, it's very important to find all the QA work activities in advance. Now, if Bob was not in a situation to find those before, it means that he's not being involved in certain meetings or the planning and stuff. So he doesn't have the enough visibility. So he can always go back and talk about that and propose something there. But it's important to find all the details of the QA activities required to do a certain project. I always say like shift left with intention. So now this is one of the term which is kind of like used industry wide, but a lot of people do not really understand that what is a way of shifting left. In case you have not heard of it, so shift left is about involving the QA activities early in the cycle. So it can be like right from like involving the design, so you can get some feedback quickly on the design, because the whole purpose of the QA is to criticize the design and then further on move with the other testing activities. So the reason why I say intention here is to ensure that we are just not shifting left blindly, and ensure that, okay, anywhere the QA team or a test manager is involved, it really makes sense. Now, one of the thing which I already talked about is like QA test manager can basically find all the dependencies and estimated duration for all the work needed. So how will it help? So it helps in the planning to ensure that what all I need to do and how much time it's gonna take. The way I do it personally is I prefer the critical path model. It's kind of like if you guys are aware of some of the operational management stuff or project management. So this is one of the framework being used industry wide. How does it look? It's on the right hand side of the screen, which kind of like talks about what are the activities, what are the dependencies and the duration. And this framework provides you the way to find the early start and early finish, as well as a late start and late finish of a particular activity. So it helps to line up the staffing well. So this is something I personally like and follow. The another thing is, I always say people, for testing, the only thing you need is the stub. I do understand that few cases where it may not work with the UI testing and all those things, but it's very important to be agile and be fast. And what does that mean? So yeah, so you need to act quickly on anything, and you should have the ability, and your team should have the ability to act quickly. Be fast, of course, not furious at the same time. So writing mocks basically help simulate some behavior faster, have a controlled environment. And even though you do not have the software, let's think about like you are trying to test some API, use cases, API servers, and there is no code right now, but how the outputs will look like because there's already a design available. You can go ahead and write your mocks quickly, and there are like tools to do it. Like you can use something like, if you're using Python, you can use Flask and get something ready and write your test validations and stuff and see how it behaves. And then later it's just a matter of changing the host name or the URL, and things will just kind of like work. So in that case, the QA teams are not really blocked. They are finding good ways to making progress, keeping the milestone still like within the timelines. And once all the components are ready, you can relook and see that, okay, if there's any changes needed. I'm pretty sure, like, okay, you may have to change some host names or some specification here and there if it changed. Also, it's very important to adhere to the principle of the build, test, and destroy. It's important to set up your mocks on the fly, with every, let's say, with the CI run, because that definitely ensures that, okay, the cases are more deterministic and you do not have to look into it all the time. The next one is Bob discovered there's a conflict within the team. Not a great sign. People are not agreeing on certain stuff, and he was not sure about how to resolve the conflict. And he needs our help to figure out how to handle it in the right way. Now, conflicts can lead to the work disruptions and, of course, the failure of the project. And if the person is kind of like who's involved in the conflict, and in fact, the test managers can come under stress and decrease the overall productivity of the team. So what should Bob do in this case? So yeah, I mean, Bob needs to do salsa, not literally, but can apply the framework called salsa. What does that mean? So it starts with, like, okay, setting up the meeting. As for the setting up the meeting, now it's very important to have a meeting with all parties involved, and this is where, like, this is also like one of the key places where you can apply the emotional intelligence stuff, like something also that Vipin talked about in very detail in his presentation. So now you set up a meeting, and the idea is to listen, actively, stay focused. You listen to both sides, and also ask to both sides to use a reflective I language than critically. What does that mean? If I'm in the place, so I should not be saying that, okay, I should not blame someone and say it's because of you that I'm feeling bad for XYZ reason. Instead, I'd always kind of like say that I'm feeling bad because I felt unimportant, and since I was not included in a particular meeting or discussion. So it's very important to use a sort of like a self-reflective language, since it's kind of like fosters empathy and understanding. And once you have listened to both of them, Bob should ask both parties to restate the understanding of the other party, so that if you're speaking about someone else, that why the other person is feeling bad, it of course helps you to understand that person better and encourages empathy. So one of the really interesting and very powerful tool to use. Once it's all done, you can summarize the conflict. And summarizing the conflict is based on what they have explained about each other, and ensuring that they agree to your summary. And then comes that you make some agreements, action plans. Agreement is more of like a finding common grounds, that, okay, hey, everybody thinks that, okay, this issue needs to be resolved. Now you brainstorm together and come up with some action plan which everyone agrees, and then try to implement it. And it's important to kind of like see after a few days or a week to ensure that action plan is really working. So again, very, very powerful framework. Uses a lot of like emotional intelligence stuff. So make sure that if you're in that situation, you should do it. So next one is like again a classic case. So remember, all the fingers of a hand is not same, and all the people are not. So Bob discovers that one of the subordinate is not performing as per the expectation, and Bob is trying to figure out, like, he's a new manager, that how to go about this. Now there are performance issues, has anyways the bad impacts. It can affect the projects. Team can miss a milestone because they have a very lower productivity, because all the energy is going somewhere else. So again, not a great place to be in this situation, but how to make things better. That's the whole idea. So what should Bob do? So Bob should first, think about like evaluating the performance, along with assessing the situation, that what's really is happening, and what is his observation that, okay, is it like a skill issue, or is it a communication problem? Is it something that person was doing really well, and is it one of case that, okay, now he is not performing up to the mark? Then the next thing happens is, like, it's very important to have a effective communication. So Bob should be talking to the team member, clarify that, okay, hey, what are the expectations out of this role, and they can have a discussion around that, and also ask him to or her to assess their performance, what they think. And most of the times when they are like assessing, so more often than not, it's kind of like pretty much everybody's adult and they understand, so pretty much it lines up fine. And then Bob can always ask, like, okay, what are the areas they think they require coaching or mentorship for doing better? There can be sometimes like some personal issues also going on, and a person may not kind of like really feel enough motivated. So Bob should find if that's really the case. Now the next step is kind of like closing the gaps. You have find the problems, and then it's important to close the gaps. And how does it work? Like, it's important to mentor or coach the person, and that can go in many ways, like, again, motivating the person, mentoring something like with some technical or the soft skills. So, and if needed, if it's a hard skill problem, then they can always add him to the relevant trainings that can help him like gain those skills. um, and also Bob can think about, like, okay, this person has these strengths, so he can do like better in a certain other things of that project. Again, like everything, all the communication should be like very transparent, so it's really good to provide the feedback, and if possible written over the emails, so that it's not lost in the verbal communication. Now, as a leader, sometimes you need to take some hard decisions. And let's say that over a period of time, and it's not kind of like really working. So have to kind of, you can, Bob can always help to look for the another role within the same company which fits the strength of the individual. Few companies also for their smooth transitions have like performance improvement program, where they give some goals which becomes like a legal documentation for later, and for a smoother process of their transition. And meanwhile they try to either fulfill that goal or try to find like, okay, um, another job during this time. But remember, as a leader, you need to take some hard decisions at sometimes. So what are the learnings though? One is like quality is shared. Yeah, let's make sure that everybody understands that it's just not a QA team's responsibility to maintain the quality, or responsible for quality. Efficient planning and negotiations. We talked about like how one can negotiate and make sure that the pressure is not trickling down to the team, and they are not burning out. Important as a leader to say no. At times you'll find a situation, it's very important to be blunt and straightforward in those cases. Lead with empathy. We talked about like emotional intelligence enough, so I'm pretty sure like people understand that piece. Strong and efficient process is an essential. I always kind of like tell people that it's very important to look into the process. The process can evolve over time, and that's definitely fine. But yeah, it's very important to have an efficient process. Test-driven development mindset, it's required, because it increases your test density, the coverage, and less chance of like the bugs making to the releases. CI and PR gates, we talked about. PR again stands for pull request. So it's important because at any point of time, your main core line should be stable, and you can always get the release out of it. Shifting left, talked a brief about it. It's very important. The sooner the QA can be involved and add value. So that's why I use the word intention. So that's really important. Feedbacks, to provide feedbacks on a consistent basis, very important for a leader's role. And in fact, even for the ICs, they can always provide feedback. And again, like, it should be constructive. So definitely that person must be doing something really good, and then few areas to improve, and also provide a way to improve what they can do in order to improve. That's really important. Talked about like taking some difficult decisions. It does happen, and yeah, you have to think about the team. So yeah, so let's make sure that you're ready enough to take difficult decisions if there's a need. um, that's all for today. Thanks everyone. Yeah, if there are any questions, we can take it up.
Great presentation, Kumar. Thank you. Yes, the presentation was incredible, and we received many questions for you and for Vipin as well. Thank you for joining the Q&A. It will be a great discussion as the topics are similarish. So if you have something to share on other speakers' question, you can add your thoughts as well. Let's start. The first question is for Vipin. How can a QA leader assess their own level of emotional intelligence?
That's an interesting one. I would say assessing is a daily exercise. If let's say I'm in 25 years into IT now and last almost 10, 12 years as an leader, and I think myself as a great leader, I may be wrong in my assessment, because definitely there will be situations where I may fall short of behaving as a true leader, right? Saying that you can control your behavior and you can control your emotions and you can control your temper. There, I would say, saying is very, very easy. Practicing to actually control them is the toughest part, right? So you have to do it this day in and day out. Two things where I can say we can actually assess it is a with similar situations, if your behavior is getting better, that means you feel that you are growing as a leader. So like I gave you an example where we can either write in a journal. So anything which happened today, which is like sort of a first timer for me, just write in a journal what happened, why it happened, and how you behaved. Next time, a month later or 2 months later, with some other employee, if the same kind of situation happen again, what was your reaction at that point? So was that trigger the same? So was that action triggered the same reaction from you? Then possibly you yourself have not learned. But if it is, if you behaved in a better way, if you had already, better ways to tackle that situation than the previous one, I would say you are on the correct path. But this is a daily, I would say, a learning, daily practice to grow. As in my second slide, when I mentioned what is emotional intelligence, the second point I mentioned is it keeps on growing, because we as human beings are definitely evolving on a daily basis. So that my take on that.
Great tip and great answer.
Yeah, so I can also add a bit here, like great answer from Vipin. So one thing is like I suggest also people to I mean, of course, look retrospectively. Everybody has some scope to improve. Like, okay, it doesn't matter how good they are. It's important to kind of like look back and certain situation if they could have done better. It's a great idea to write something, like as Vipin said. Also, it's important to seek feedback from the peers or your subordinates, or like, okay, anyone, like within or outside the team. And in fact, like with even with the friends that, because you spend time with them and you sort of like grow as a person, and everybody evolves. Like somebody kind of like says that, okay, I'm perfect, I don't need to change, there's a problem. So it's very important to seek feedback and see how sometimes, even looking retrospectively, I've seen people kind of like they are so close saying that, okay, hey, I could not have done anything better out of it. Like, so so that's not a great sign. So it's very important. So when you even talk to others, they provide some feedback. And sometimes people are like, in a way, they do not provide feedback unless they have been asked. So it's good to ask them explicitly to learn something more about you and finding those areas.
Great. Thanks for answering. And next question is for Kumar. Can you share an example of when you had to deliver difficult feedback to a colleague or superior?
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So the first thing is like always provide the constructive feedback. Somebody, who has kind of like a great, like communication skills, may not kind of like really doing perfect with, like some technical stuff. So I'm just giving an example. I really don't want to delve into like something what I said ever, in my life, but I can always provide some examples that you can always talk about that. Okay, hey, the way like okay you do this presentation, or the way you kind of like uh, talk to a team about this is kind of like really encouraging, but there are like some areas which I feel you can kind of like really do better, and show that okay you are there to help them out, list out those areas where they need to sort of like really improve. And also the one thing which is really important is, let's say that you talk about like improving some knowledge about some programming language or something. So you can always say that okay, hey, this is how you can start, this is where you can focus more, and based on the nature of the work you can narrow down further, so that the team and like everyone can get those things like quickly in shape, and start adding the value. So I always kind of like prefer the constructive feedback, where you make the person appreciate for the things they are doing, tell where they are lagging and how they can improve, because that's really kind of like super important. So because if as a leader I'm saying that okay, oh, you're not doing great in programming and stuff, like okay, you need to improve, it doesn't make sense. I can talk about you have an amazing a knowledge, the networking knowledge, or like let's say a streaming domain knowledge or e-commerce knowledge. The only thing you need to improve is like to you can do like a bit better with the programming, and that's something that's not kind of like really hard to kind of improve, and provide them ways to how you can do it, provide them like some of the tutorials, and like maybe the training session, mentor and coach, and see that okay how comfortable they are. So in the journey they should not be alone. That's the bottom line. So you have to kind of like hold hands. Everybody is not made perfect, and not everyone in your team is a superstar. So it's kind of like a few people you just guide, tell they can do it. Few people you have to hold hand and partner them out. So it's very important to understand that person's emotion, how they kind of like do things, and then take the action plan from there.
To quickly add to it, I think giving feedbacks to colleagues or juniors much easier than giving feedbacks to your superiors, right? Due to lots of reasons. So if the superior himself, whether he's your manager, whether he's the company's director, owner, anyone, if he himself invites opinions, invites feedbacks, I think it would be easier. And you as a human being also can understand that that atmosphere, that ecosystem where you both are sitting, and the feedbacks are getting exchanged, especially in the reverse direction from a junior to a superior. If that environment is welcoming, right, make sure you give a good constructive feedback, right? Destructive feedbacks never do good to anyone. So as rightly said by Kumar, it has to be constructive in a good direction. If you give it to a junior, then it has to be in the direction where that guy can grow in his work, because in his work and knowledge, if he's growing, that is directly affecting your project quality. And if it is given to the superiors, right, then it is more to the good for the entire company as a whole. The feedbacks are not just to the superior, especially where you say that, look, you are not doing this thing good or good that. It is mostly around policies, mostly around how the teams across the company are getting, let's say, treated, and all other stuff. So you have to be very careful about the choice of your words also when you provide feedback to anyone, right? Especially when it's like juniors or seniors. So I don't know if you get chance to give any feedbacks to superiors. If yes, that's a great company. I would ask you to stay there if your superiors invite you for feedbacks. But juniors, that's part of your job, because you have to make them deliver and you have to make them grow. And sometimes you also play the role of mentors. So which means feedback is very, very critical in their growth, directly, indirectly into your projects, and further indirectly into your company's overall growth.
Nicely answered. Thank you. And let's move to the next question for Vipin. It consists of two parts. So the first one is
Right.
when deliverables become critical and managing core projects become extremely challenging, how can the team handle this situation during such busy periods? What strategies can be implemented to overcome these difficulties?
There is no such, I would say, written strategies because, uh, again, it's all, I would say, the process with which you and your team were growing together. Ultimately, when you lead to this situation, that process itself start producing results, right? This thing will come into our lives like twice or thrice a month. Team will always feel busy, team will always feel overburdened, team will always feel there is a critical thing around us and we have to deliver it. And right at those crunch moments, someone will take a leave because he starts feeling sick. These are part and parcel of our daily delivery cycles, right? Now you cannot, if you are shouting, if you are feeling stressed, if your team is feeling stressed, everyone is working in a silo type culture, no one is talking to each other, that means you as a leader have failed to develop an ecosystem or a culture where everyone feels motivated to deliver even under these stressful situations. And everyone should be confident enough, and that confidence is actually given to them by you as the leader, that okay, give your best shot. I know mistakes can be made, something can break the release or something. As a leader you should always have a plan B, right, which is like, okay, if this happens, then what is what you are going to do. But give that confidence to the team and you will see those results. If you just take, if you feel yourself accountable, your team will automatically start feeling accountable. But as soon as your superiors or clients put a finger on you, and to save yourself you put all your fingers on the rest of the team members, then no one can handle these situations, and every release time will be a chaotic situation for you, and team will definitely make excuses to stay away from these situations, which is a never a good sign, right? So develop a very harmonious thing, I would say. When team is working, let's say late in the nights, just without even asking them, order some pizzas and cokes for them. Maybe play a 10-minute game with them. Okay guys, stop the work, let's quickly do a small yoga exercise, just sit together and take deep breath in, deep breath out, but entire team together. Crack a joke, play some music, allow them to run music into the entire room, because most of the office is already gone back to the home. It's your team who is doing deliveries. And if everyone is online, like post pandemic, most of the people are working still online, not everyone is working from offices, right? Then also, just play a small game. So maybe I play a game sometimes when, after 3 or 4 hours we just quickly collect for a quickly scrum, where okay guys, what all has been done, what all has been still pending, and before going, okay, let's quickly play a small game, something like everyone should write on a paper three things, let's say two things 100% true about that guy, and one thing is completely false. So I can say that I'm a great mountaineer, I love to play guitar, and I swim very well, right? And then you have to show your video, or your face on the video. Tell the three things with a straight face, no smile, nothing. Let the other people guess which are the two correct, which is the wrong one. So it's like everyone's mood is lightened, and also there is a learning because they get to know two traits of yours. So like these three lines, when I say I am not at all a great mountaineer, that's the correct thing. So I can play guitar and I can swim, but I have never climbed on a mountain. So you guys know this thing. So if there are 10 people, 15 people, and everyone is here, it hardly take 15 minutes. Just three lines, quickly say yes or no, done.
Yeah,
Right.
nice.
So yeah, so try anything, but just it should not all work and no play make Jax a dull boy. We know that. So
Yeah.
that's the answer.
Great, thank you for answering. So we have 4 minutes left to finish the Q&A, but we have 5 questions. So I ask you to highlight the key points which you would like to give an answer. And let's start with the next one, which is like a situation. What would you do with a toxic star? A very good tester who gives great results, finds bugs, writes documentation, but who is really toxic to his colleagues, especially junior QAs?
Oh, great question again. So, so to me, a toxic star is not a star. So that's the very first thing, to be very honest. So it's very important that how you treat your colleagues and what like the environment you foster. Now, anybody can be a star, right? So somebody who is kind of like really not doing technically well doesn't mean they are not a star. You can always gain the hard skills and even the soft skills. So I won't really kind of appreciate the person who is kind of like really great at testing and doing everything right in terms of like technical stuff, but he is still kind of like is the lowest performer for me, because it also depends on it's a mix of everything, where you are kind of like doing, and I'll go for somebody who's like more sincere and trying to learn something and have a great behavior than like somebody who is so-called a toxic star. I like that word, but I won't really prefer in the team. So that's my like a very straightforward answer. Yeah, and of course, like at the same time, I'll try to see how I can make that person improve, make them realize that okay, they are an asset from hard skill wise, but they need to improve to be like really a team man, because you alone cannot do the stuff, right? And it's that's why it's called a team. You work like together. You cannot work in silos, and working in silos is good for nothing, to be honest. And then somebody bringing in toxicity is, anyways, it's a big red flag. So the work should be like towards closing those gaps, making them feel more emotional and otherwise more emotionally intelligent. And and if we see that okay, it's kind of like there's an effort going on, so I'll spend time. Otherwise, I won't spend time. And you saw that how to manage the poor performers, right? So we'll go through that path if we cannot close the gaps.
Technology can be learned, right? Anytime.
Exactly.
Nice answer. Thank you. Next question, which is really important, in my opinion. Are there any metrics or KPIs that can indicate the level of emotional intelligence within the team?
I don't think so. There are metrics or something that can be tracked. It all depends on what your team structure is. Like we just mentioned about toxic star, right? So you can measure the number of bugs and everything because they are countable. These are concrete things. How you measure the toxicity is like, okay, I shouted at 20 decibels or I shouted at 10 decibels. I used a bad word, or without using any bad foul word, I was still shouting. So that's emotion. Just like you cannot measure your emotions, you can feel it. Similarly, you can feel those vibes within your team or within an individual. Even the toxic star word, the toxicity can be felt, right? You feel like this guy does not belong to the team despite of all his technical brilliance. So even if there might be some articles on this, maybe someone has mentioned about any metrics or KPI, but I don't really know about any software where I put this data on a daily or weekly basis, and then I can generate reports on these KPI. Okay, this EI is 8.5 and his EI is 6 or something like that. But that's a good way. Maybe someone can write a paper on this. It can be a good research topic.
Would be nice. Thank you for answering. And we are running late with the Q&A session, so would you mind if I will text you the rest of the questions and drop your texted answers in the chat later, so that we won't mess up the agenda? All right? Would it work for you, Kumar?
Yep.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Yep.
Great, awesome. So I will text you the questions in a minute. And thank you for joining us live. Thank you for making these incredible presentations. It was very great to have this discussion, and hope to cooperate with you next time as well.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye-bye. And now I'm happy to invite our next moderator to the stage, who is Andres Sacco. Hi, Andres. How are you?
How are you, Sia? I'm fine.
I'm also fine. I'm glad to see you here. Also, I saved the questions for you, and during the Q&A session, last Q&A session, I will ask you some questions from the audience as well.
Yeah. Sorry for that, but I have another appointment. Was difficult
No
to
worries.
have in two places
Yeah,
at the
it
same time.
happens. No worries. So yeah, the stage is yours. I'm going
Thanks.
back.
Well, our next two speakers have great topics. So if you have dudes question, please write in the chat, and at the end of this blog we will discuss. So let's start to present our next speaker. Hi Greg, how are you?
Hey, good. Thanks yourself, Andres.
Okay, well, you are talking about unlocking the code confidence.
Correct.
Yeah, and for the people who didn't know you or don't know you, he is passionate about the software quality and many things related with the designs of the software. So the stage is all yours. I not take more time for your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you for having me. And really looking forward to be able to talk to everyone today. And yeah, I'm going to be talking today around the idea of obviously unlocking confidence in your code pipeline. And it's really about how do we build automated quality gates into your CI pipelines. And I think this is an important topic because in software engineering, we're constantly trying to deliver things as fast as possible. We're constantly going for faster, faster, faster. And we're trying to see how do we improve our delivery? How do we deliver this quicker? How do we get things out to production as fast as possible? How do we innovate? And there's this constant need to do things very quickly, to be able to innovate, to constantly push forward. But that puts a bit of strain of the quality because that almost seems kind of like opposite to what we want from a quality perspective. From a quality perspective, we want less risk. We want to take as much time as possible to make sure everything is working okay. And that's really why I think a talk like this is so important because it really helps us to be able to unpack a little bit more about where we're going from a quality perspective. But then how do we ensure that we still have CI/CD pipelines in place while then also ensuring that we can still deliver quickly? And I think that's important. So a little bit about me. Before I start the rest of the conversation, I work for a company called Old Mutual. I'm the head of engineering at Old Mutual. It is the oldest financial organization in South Africa. We are 179 years old. So that's a long time for a company to be running. So we have a lot of issues that we need to fix. But yeah, I'm head of our engineering team of about 900 in size. I also do board games on the side, so you might if you're interested in board games, you can follow me at Risky Games. I have gone and published 12 board games across my board game company. I also have a book out called Quality by Design. So as Andres mentioned, I am passionate about quality. So software quality is something which is really dear to me. And it's not just about software testing. It's about how do we design software from inception all the way through to the process to make sure it's for better quality. And that's very important to me to make sure that we get right. So from my perspective, very important, something that we do. And if you're wondering, again, my accent, I'm from South Africa, as I've already said, but I'm also from Cape Town, South Africa. So that's a beautiful, this is my beautiful city. So I always like to show it whenever I'm doing these talks, just to encourage people to come to Cape Town if you ever want to experience something that's incredibly beautiful and a great place to stay. I love it. So yeah, please come visit. Great. So again, I've already set the premise for saying we need to start delivering code as fast as possible. I think everyone kind of sees the need for CI/CD development, and I don't want to spend too much time talking around CI/CD development. I think we all understand what that is. We need to run pipelines. We need to have continuous integration and continuous deployment, but we need to still keep the quality a part of it. So what is a quality gate? So when I'm saying we now want to have quality gates and want to bring them in, what do I mean by what is a quality gate? And really, a quality gate is any form of change control to ensure that we're at a certain level. I kind of think it as we used to have sense, as much as that's a bad sort of word, you used to have very strict sense, as much as that's a bad sort of word. You used to have very strict entry-exit criteria that needed to come in. It had to be very clear what needed to be done at a requirement stage before you moved on to the developer. It had to be very clear what the developer had to do before they could move it over to testing and stuff like that. And I'm not saying we go back to that, Larry. What I'm saying, how do we bring an element of very strict entry and exit criteria into the pipeline phase where we want to continuously deliver, we're continuously writing code, we're continuously deploying code into our systems, but how do we still ensure that there's clear boundaries for entry and exit into certain phases in our pipelines and putting that in place? And that's what we mean by quality gate. And it's really there to prevent development from moving to the next stage. So we don't, what we want to say is we want to say, before we deploy our code into a test environment and cause our testers to struggle because this is not running reliably and it's falling over, how do we ensure that everything works properly before it gets there? And so it's like really something that extra check in place that needs to ensure that we're doing things. And importantly, because obviously we live in a CI/CD space, it has to be automated, and it can be automated to fit the company's CI/CD needs. I don't want to say that we should that we should have all these manual regulations. We don't want to have checkboxes and manual steps in our place. We don't have manual testing to verify that something's done before it goes in. We need it to be deployed. We need to follow a process, and preferably it needs to be an automated process so that, again, we can push it through our pipelines into production as fast as possible. But it's just making sure that we have certain quality gates that are ticked off to be able to make this happen. So again, we're aligning with the speed of delivery with the with the importance of quality, and that's the key thing. What we try and do, and that is really what a quality gate. Why do we do it? Again, software development cycle. I think everyone kind of knows the different sort of phases that we do it, and this is a very rudimentary sort of thing. And typically, as the circle shows, these days it tends to be a little iterative than anything specific. So it's not necessarily this easy, well-rounded thing that moves from stage to stage to state. It tends to iterate and move along. But again, we need to get there quicker. We need to constantly find ways of evolving, and we want to make sure that we can still do that with the way of being able to achieve that. How do we know that we've planned right? How do we know that we've designed our systems right? How do we know that we've developed and written the code correctly and tested correctly and that we're deploying efficiently? And it's trying to just bring structure to this whole thing. And so it really touches the entire life cycle. And I think that's really what I want this image to show, is that quality gate shouldn't need to be a barrier that we just see as test or we just see as this phase. It actually touches every little thing that we do, and every little step here is something that we should factor in as a quality gate, and even something that we can factor in into a pipeline should we ever need to. Why quality gates? Well, I think that the quality aspect is clear. We want to be able to make sure that we're deploying things into production. We need to make sure that everything's of a high quality. But what we really want to do is we need to be able to measure, ultimately ensure that acceptance criteria are met. So it's a way of, again, how do we ensure that we have met our acceptance criteria before we move on to the next stage, but doing it in an automated manner. I'm going to continuously stress that automation is important to be able to make this work. But it's important that we do that. So that's one of the whys. We obviously, by doing this, it also drives a shift left mindset. So by building quality gates into your CI/CD pipelines, not only can it check these things, it can also help driving a shift left mindset. I think a lot of organizations struggle with actually bringing things and shifting left, and they sometimes leave certain things too late in the cycle. By now having to build these quality gates that typically exist outside of a CI/CD pipeline that teams are running manual processes for and putting it into a pipeline process, it starts driving that shift left mindset, because it forces us to think, well, if this has to be automated and this has to be part of a pipeline, I need to put something in place to allow this to happen. And we need that. It obviously safeguards against poor quality code impacting data cycles. We catch things early. We get things right. It really prevents any testing being impacted late in the cycle. And I think this is an important thing for software testers and quality engineers, is they hate getting something late in the sprint or late in a project cycle, and you feel like I need to deploy, I need to be able to finish my work, but now development's run late, analysis has run late. We've had to have some defects that needed to be refixed, and now testing is just constantly getting squeezed, and we feel like we have no time. By building automated quality gates in place, we can shift a lot of that left, and it leaves us more time from a testing perspective, because we're catching things automatically earlier before it hits any form of mass testing that needs to get done, and it allows us to be able to do that effectively. And then importantly, it ensures proactive quality. quality can sometimes be a reactive measure. We find an issue, we fix the issue. We find an issue, we fix the issue. How do we put measures in place that can prevent things from going to the next phases, things from leaking out? So it's not so much about we find an issue, we prevent an issue, but we've actually built our code, it meets our needs. And if it didn't meet our needs, we go back to building the code, but it's proactively checking us. The pipeline is saying, you're not good to go. You're not good to go. We're not wasting a tester's time saying, I'm not happy with what you've done. Our pipeline is literally blocking and saying, well, hang on, this is not good. And so that's an important thing. And that's why we want quality gates and why they're so important, because it actually gives us that proactive control of our quality. And even if we think, but these things slow down our CI/CD pipelines and we have concerns around that, what it actually ends up doing is actually just making the team a whole lot more efficient, because it's making sure that every part gets done right. Even if a developer gets frustrated because their code's not pushing onto the next phase and they're trying to push new code and it keeps on blocking their build because they haven't met something, it forces them to do it right. It forces them to reevaluate the way that they're working, and it proactively addresses it at the right phase. But now I say all these things and you're probably thinking, but this again sounds utterly complicated. It doesn't sound like this will work in my space. It seems like a pipe dream. It's just too slow, because everything that you've said sounds great, but we still need to develop fast, and having the devs blocked all the time from building slows us down. And there's all these checks and balances, and that needs to be automated, and it's quite a lot. How do we make this happen? How do we ensure that we can actually use quality gates? And I think it's important that before we start looking at any form of automated quality gates in teams, that we also need to have some building blocks of where these things need to work and things that need to be put in place in a team before we can get there. So don't just go into your CI/CD pipelines and start building things and then say, okay, we're going to just add quality gates in. There are certain measures in your team and ways of working that should be established first before you approach this. So don't jump into this implementation phase of building quality gates in your CI/CD pipelines. Look at the way that your team works. Look at some of the things first to then be able to maximize the benefit that you're going to get out of it. Things like requires well-defined and clear completion criteria. So we're obviously talking about completion criteria by what needs to move from phase to phase to phase. It needs to be very clear what that means. So when we're saying that, well, if I'm saying that my code is ready to be deployed into the test environment, what does that mean? Am I actually aware of what the code covers looks like? Am I actually aware of the certain scenarios that need to be covered? Am I comfortable with that? And if it's not very, very well defined, we have very loose understandings of these things, we can't really enforce an automated hard check to be able to make this work. So it needs to be very clear what's expected, how it needs to look. You've got to go very strict and detailed into that. We need to have a testable architecture. And by testable, I typically mean if you can't easily write a unit test around something, you can't easily deploy something in a test environment and have it easily automated, you haven't built a testable architecture. And we don't want to do this manually. It's got to be in a CI/CD pipeline, so there can't be any manual checks. So again, if we're going to do everything, it's got to all work in an automated manner. We need to design our system around automation and make sure that everything can be easily automated. And so we need to have that right architecture. If you've got an architecture that's not easy to automate and it's got too many layers and too many random elements and it becomes quite difficult to work with, it's probably not a good fit for putting in a CI/CD pipeline anyway. But this is something that you then got to look at. You've got to build proper testable architecture to be able to allow your teams to be able to automate quickly and get things done. You need to have a strong focus on unit testing, and developers need to be held accountable for that. You've got to have that accountability where developers are willing to write code and putting unit testing in place so that their job is really done, that they've put in the effort to make sure that my code really does everything that I've said it should be doing. And you've got to have that discipline, and teams that don't have a strong discipline of unit testing are really going to struggle with the nature of putting quality gates into the CI/CD pipelines, because now you're going to start blocking things. And again, because you're not having strong unit tests and you're now being maybe a little bit too lax on your quality gates on unit testing, it's just going to have knock-on effects elsewhere in the environment. So the only way to get this done right is to have that strong focus on unit testing, because poor quality code will impact something else. And so if we have strong unit testing in place and we have the culture of strong unit testing in place, it allows the other processes in your quality gates to flow nicely. It obviously requires automated integration tests. So again, that's the whole automation process. If we can't automate it, we probably have to relook at our design and how do we do that. And then it also works best with small, frequent releases. but that's how CI/CD was designed. I think too many organizations are using CI/CD, in their organizations for the sake of trying to build some agility, but then they still deploy once a month. That's not designed how CI/CD was designed. It's designed for constant deployment. We need to work with small, frequent releases. This works best when we're taking a couple of lines of code and putting it into production. A couple of lines of code put into production. If we're trying to take massive changes and push them into production and now run it through, that's not something that's easy to automate, but then B, your pipeline is constantly going to fail and find things and have to rerun all the time because you're finding too many failures. When you're making small line code changes and something fails, it's very quick to say, oh, that failed. It's fewer tests to be able to check that. When it fails, you know what you need to do. You quickly go back, fix it, get the pipeline passing again. Big releases, you're going to struggle to keep your pipelines green, not really good. So you've got to have that culture of working with small, frequent releases and taking a lot of things through to production, as opposed to building things up to a big thing. Otherwise, you're missing the purpose of the quality gate and having an automated quality gate. So very important that we're driving that. But now that we've talked about quality gates and some of those foundational blocks, what do I actually mean? So let's get into some practical things about, so what does a quality gate actually check? And what are some quality gates that we can check? And this is not an exhaustive list. This is just some important things that I've certainly that I've put down that are things that you should absolutely include in a quality gate. But there are other things as well that you can explore and add in. But build health, obviously, and I think this is the obvious one. When your code built, is it healthy? Yes, it built, but did it build with errors? Did it build with warnings? Are you happy with those type of things? Do you want to set a limit on that? Those are things that you can kind of put a check on. So it's not just, oh, it built successfully, but maybe it built successfully, but there are things somewhere that you're not happy with. You can set those rules and permutations what it is. But build health has got to pass. It's infrastructure health. You've got to deploy this into an environment. How healthy is that environment? If you're having environment issues, don't deploy code into it. Just block it and say, there's no point putting this into an unhealthy environment because I can't trust what my tests now on the system. So we've got to check that. We've got to check the environment health. Test results. I think it's an obvious one, but that's test results. You have the test pass. What are the what is the pass rate? What are we happy with? What do we consider good enough to be able to push through? Code coverage. Code coverage from both the unit tests that have run, but then also the any sort of scans that have gone on the code. How much code was covered in that, and are we happy with that coverage metric, or are there gaps, and what's considered good enough to be able to push through? Security scans, I think, are an obvious and very important one. We shouldn't be pushing code through without security scans, and there needs to be something that needs to pass those security scans and make sure that everything is happy with that and that we're happy with the security results that come out of it. Service performance, is there any form of performance? Are we introducing a new service with new code that's going to slow us down or speed us up? Have we checked that? And then incident and issue management and making sure that that is a priority and something that we're rolling out as well is very critical. So we shouldn't be deploying stuff into production if we have lots of issues and incidents outstanding on the particular code that's being deployed. So those are things that you can actually check before you deploy and say, hang on, I can't deploy, something's holding me back. So just things to, again, be aware of. And further that, what type of quality gates? Well, we have a setup and checkout. So we can have a quality gate when we set up and check out our code. We can have it at a build phase. Again, these are things that we can check in when we're executing unit and CI tests. Put a quality gate there. You can have a quality gate for your static analysis. Environment readiness check, a pre and post deployment. You can test on both sides of those things. If we want to then have integration tests that are automated, check that. We can do a dynamic code analysis if we want to do some form of mutation testing or something. We can put that in there as well. And then any sort of non-functional test execution can still take place within your quality gate, and you probably would want to do that because if you're going to be working with everything within a proper CI/CD pipeline and wanting to trash the CI/CD pipeline, you need to make sure that the code that you're introducing is not causing a performance issue or an NFR issue somewhere else down the line. And so you need to be very clear that that forms part of your CI/CD pipeline process, and that's something that we check. So very important that we put that in place and that we have that there. And so again, critical things that we need to have within our pipelines. And to give some examples of it, some specific things we want to say. So let's look at the build phase. And so again, I'm not trying to get exhausted. I'm just trying to pass ideas, and I'll go through some code just on how we can build some of this stuff. But I'm really just trying to put some ideas in place of things to be aware of and things to think about. And you can expand and have numerous versions of these depending on what works best for your team and your organization. But examples of bold things will be linting standards. A simple one. Make sure the linting standards are met before the code is built. So if you want to build code and deploy it, and you've got certain sort of linting standards that you have in place in the organization, if it doesn't meet them, it blocks them. Something simple like that can be done, put in place really quickly and easily, and you don't need to do too much about it. And so that's a nice sort of thing that that we can put in place. Something that's probably a little bit better is maybe 100% successful completion of all tests with a 90% code coverage. And this is, especially at a unit test level, I think this is 90% might seem a bit extreme for some teams, but I think this is, this is doable. I've worked in teams where we've been able to achieve this, where in order for your code to be successfully moved along into any form of test environment, I need to have all of your unit tests passing with a 90% code coverage. So not only can you not have a failure in your unit test to say, yeah, okay, this test failed, but it was close enough, we're still going to push it through. It's like everything needs to be passing, and 90% of at least 90% of your code needs to be covered. I'd love 100, but I understand that that's not always easy or feasible to achieve. So we set a limit, 90%, but something that can be done. Again, successful completion of scans. Now, what that means by successful completion of scans can be different. Some teams might have stricter rules on their security and the number of warnings and issues they want to let through, but 100% code coverage, like it's got to have scanned everything. You don't want to deploy a piece of code that has not been scanned. Those are things that you put in place, and a successful pass of all automated checks. If you're running integration tests, put that in place. And I think the reason why I'm saying of all is because, again, if we're thinking about pipelines and running green, you can't build trust in your pipelines if you're only, if you're allowing just 85% of your test to pass. Okay, 85% is good enough. 90% is good enough. In order to build trust in your pipeline process, you want everything to pass, and you've got to be patient enough to be able to work to allow all this to pass. Again, very difficult to achieve if we're thinking big. Very easy to achieve if we're thinking small releases. I'm just releasing these small lines of code. I can very quickly and thoroughly test, automate, build everything around that. That helps. So again, it works well if we think of that, but that's sort of what we want from a CI/CD pipeline. We do keep our pipelines green. It needs to pass everything. We shouldn't be allowing room for too many failures to build that trust into the process. Here's an example, a popular one. This is not an image I've come up with. This is a very popular example of pipelines that you can get online, but it's just, just an example again of how things would work, where you have a checkout and setup and checkout phase and what it does, and then it goes and builds the code, so it runs continuous integration tests. It then goes and does some form of static analysis where we're looking at our dependencies, our quality, we're looking at our security scan before it eventually deploys it into a QA environment. So, but by the time it's gone to a QA environment, it's already gone through a very thorough range of automated tests. Once we deploy into the QA, we need to then check, well, okay, I've deployed it into QA. I'm now running a check to say, am I okay with my QA environment? I'm going to run some quick integration tests. I'm going to do some smoke tests, and I'm happy with that. Then there might be some additional functional tests that you want to put in place that they need to run that are not just smoke tests and not your typical integration tests, but specific tests for this particular feature. You run them. You then do your dynamic code analysis, scan, and you deploy into stage. And then once you go from stage, you then deploy it into production. So once you go into your staging environment, you again run your post-deployment checks to make sure your stage environment's fine, and then you can run things like your load tests and your accessibility tests and other sort of things that are there to be able to test it further before taking it into production. So again, quite thorough, but a good sort of structure of how you can do things in small iterations, but move it along in a pipeline and make it very clear where things are, and then address where you're getting the things, and those green ticks where you can then address where the different failures are. And what's nice about this as well is that when a developer pushes their code through, they will see this. They'll go to their pipeline and go, okay, there was a failure. And if we know that the pipeline was green before I pushed the code, I know it's something that I changed, which is why it's very important. We can expand it even further, though. And I'm not saying this is something that you'd always want to do, but how do you even build quality gates at your analysis and documentation phase? Making sure before you even put something in place within your pipeline goes and checks Jira to say, well, hang on, my analysis is not going to say, I'm missing steps from an analysis. There is no link to an architectural schema that was mentioned. Maybe there's no set of stuff that was there. We've got no set of deliverables that has been specified and populated in whatever tool we're using to manage our workflow. Check that and go, well, hang on, I'm not ready for that. So there's an analysis step fits in because there's some empty field. Populate that first, and then I'll deploy my code, and I go through things, and then I test all the way through the process up until even eventually getting into production. I think we sometimes just go into production and leave it there. There are things that we can do and put into our pipelines that can even then go further into incident management and problem management that we can build into the process. So again, we can even take it even beyond just our typical CI/CD pipeline and build stuff onto it that might not run every single time we're running our quality gates. Sorry, I mean every single time we're running our CI/CD pipelines, but things that can still be quality gates that still adhere to the post lifecycle effect that will have an impact on the rest. If we're picking up post something happens, there's big incidents and something coming in, your quality gates can automatically trigger the pipeline and, let's say, for instance, roll back the deploy or redeploy something to be able to get it fixed. These are things that we can build into our pipeline processes and get to understand. How do we build them? As a high level, just an image. I'm not going to go into too much detail. This is just an example of if I wanted to do this in Azure DevOps. This is a bit of the architecture of how I'd go about doing it. How I would, set everything up. Whatever code I'm using to push it through, have some sort of Git that's then going to push it through, and then how I'd build those jobs and check these things, and then the different environments, having a link to different environments and where it would need to push through. It's just whatever setup you're using, it's just important to have a clear sort of architecture of where you're deploying to and what your pipeline is doing. But I think more specifically, and I think this is where most people find value, it's simple things like this. And this is what I like about it, is you actually don't need to do a lot of code. Here is a simple before and after deployment. The bottom one is a pre-deployment test where I'm just basically writing a bash script to check that something's up. So I can write the very quick check, or I can write the more automated check, but even just something as simple as a bash script to just quickly ping something and let it come back can work. And say, well, actually, before I'm going to deploy this, is my server and database working? Yes, they're working. Great. You can add an actual test, and you can write another query that actually goes, well, can I actually do something on it? And you'd want to add that in as well. But you do that, and once you've done your post-deployment test, you simply just add a line that again does that something simple. So again, we have our file here, and this is a YAML file within our CI/CD pipelines, and we just add this process. So we just create these quality gates, and we say, well, I'm going to have a pre-deploy test. I'm going to start a task, and this is what my task does. And you can literally block it. And if that task does not execute successfully, it fails it. And so again, very easy way of catching things. Measuring code coverage is something that I spoke about. And here's an example of a CI/CD pipeline where I'm running something. I'm basically having a report generated. I'm going to publish my code into the pipeline. Here I'm using a code coverage tool called Coverture for this particular example. But I'm publishing my code into something. Here's where my results are stored. And this is the task that I want to run. And what I'm really just trying to do is, using a task, and this is just a open source sort of task that's been pre-populated that I've kind of pulled in, some sort of coverage protector that I've now pulled into my pipeline. And I set in a coverage target of 90%. I'm saying I want 90%. If I don't get 90% response from this task that's going to check these files, it's going to block my deploy and say you can't push this code through. So, and that code coverage target of 90% is on tests that have passed, not tests that failed in this particular instance. But again, you can set the specifics and you can add certain metrics in here and change your inputs based on what you need from your organization, which I think is really useful. Here you can ensure successful scan results. So here's another example where on the right-hand side, I'm cloning, I'm setting up my image, I'm running a set of aqua scans. But then on my left-hand side, here's where I'm actually now going, and you can see I'm actually setting what accepted values am I happy with. I'm saying that if anything is critical, high, or unknown, I don't want to allow it. And then I come here and say, is safe match, and if it fails, if it contains anything that's in my violating severities, and I can choose to change the rating or something on how I want that. But in this case, if anything is critical, high, or unknown coming from my results here, and I've set them up, I've got passwords, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that's been set up, and it goes and gets everything. Again, I can block it. I can say my security scan is unsuccessful. So I don't need to run these things, do a manual check all the time. I can allow my pipeline to be able to check these things for us. And again, it's a simple check like this that is important. and something that can easily be done without too much coding, and definitely something that you want to put into place. I'm going to be closing out now, but that last sort of thing I just want to just finish up on is the importance of observability in this whole process. So we talk about pipelines and we talk about building these quality gates in the pipelines, but the reality is the first time you do this, you're not going to get it right. You're going to have issues, you're going to have problems. And so what I did want to just end off on is just, it's important to build that observability in the process. So when you're doing this, you can get that observability, you can see what's going on with your pipelines, and you can start to fix things along the way. And so it is important to have that alerting when your pipeline fails, but to also pull things from different sources together into a database that you can track, visualize, and all of that will help you to monitor and optimize these things. It's not going to be an overnight process, but you got to start. And then the more you do this and the more you actually build observability into the pipeline process to be able to see what's going on and identify the issues, the quicker and easier it is for you to get to a point where you can roll out comfortably and be able to make the most out of your CI/CD pipelines. Thank you. And we'll have Q&A at the end. So no time, I think, now left for questions here.
Well, great talk, Craig. And yes, at the end of this block, we will have the QA. So if you have any kind of question, write in the chat. And at the end of this block, we will discuss with Craig the question that you have.
Cool.
It's time to present our next speaker. Hi, Artem. How are you?
Hello. Oh, perfect. How are you?
I'm fine. Well, you will talk about ChatGPT in task design.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, you have a different experience on different industry like finance, automotive, embedded systems. So you have a different industries where you can apply this ChatGPT. So the stage is all yours. And remember, if you have questions, write in the chat. And at the end of the blog, we will discuss.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon, depending on your location. In the next 30 minutes, I will try to explain what you can do with ChatGPT in test design. Test design is a particular area of quality assurance engineer, most commonly, and some of us don't like it very much. Most because it's more about documentation stuff. To prepare a lot of texts in specific formats, which is not very exciting sometimes. We will cover what you can do with the requirements testing with the help of ChatGPT, how you can use it to create a draft of test design, converting test cases to specific formats, for example, Jira test trail, CSV format, creating test cases from code, creating code from test cases, and test data preparation with ChatGPT. Requirements testing. We will start with a simple, common thing. Testing of a text field requirement. The requirement here is not a very important thing, to be honest. Let's focus more on a response from our AI assistant and the prompt that I use to test this requirement. In every prompt, you better to specify the result what you want to get. Please provide recommendations for improvement if necessary, or confirm if the requirement is already good. Also provide a regular expression to cover this requirement. Regular expression is a flavor for every testing, for every requirement, and for every API. Most of the good analysts, business analytics, and system engineers use a regular expression and put as a recommendation for software engineers what exactly should do the text field or any other field. It's common stuff for JSON as well. So we asked to provide us recommendations. Response: specify character range, address empty input, define length. everything is missed in the initial requirement. And this kind of requirement you may see on a daily basis. It's a very common thing, despite of the level of your, let's say, customer. Is it a product manager? Is it a project manager? Or you do even have a business analyst? No matter. From time to time, you will see this very murky requirements. Also, error handling, a good thing to consider. And we see improved requirement. Text field shall accept only numeric digit is input with the maximum length. The field must not be empty, and valid input should trigger an error message. This is the requirement, how it better to look. And also this response from ChatGPT basically ask you questions sometimes. So you see the recommendations and you may see the ideas what else could be tested and how system could be improved itself on a very, very early stage of development, when you just see the task or requirement in Palladium or any other similar system. And here we see our regular expression that we very about to ask, which is nice and well. We may even use it in future automation. Okay, this example is very simple. Let's try to think about more specific. Currently, I'm working in an automotive industry, specifically on HV systems for electric vehicles, and the requirement will be about that. The same prompt with another requirement. But this time, I'm not asking to provide any regular expression because it doesn't make sense in this case. So what we see, clarify conditions, specify what state refers to. It's not always necessarily mean that every condition should be described in this requirement, but this response and advice may you force you to check is there anywhere states specified or not, which will lead to other interesting questions. Ensure the condition state is not equal to connect is clearly defined. What is it? Where you can find it? Is it already defined in task in other parts of tasks, or it's not? It's also could be very important. Specify timeout, error handling. Error handling also a very good thing. And here we see an approved requirement. And key points of improvement: clarity of conditions, timeout definitions, and action and logging. Logging. This is the thing that people just simply could forget about, and it's should not be forgotten. It's very important, and our AI systems remind us about it. What this second example shows us? It shows us that in current state, 4.0 ChatGPT could work not only with a simple or common requirement for API constructing or for web engineering development and all of this stuff. It could also work with specific areas and specific things such as HV systems. Yes, we know that ChatGPT cannot think in common sense. It just play with words and construct sentences in a way that we consider good. But you may use ChatGPT as a first stage of requirements testing and just throw it to ChatGPT and see how it will go. What question it will ask you and what question you need to clarify for yourself at first, and maybe for system itself and for system engineers as well. That will, I believe, and I do it by myself, it saved me a lot of time, to be honest. It just gives you a vector of thinking how you should treat these requirements. Is it very bad or is it overall good? But ChatGPT doesn't have every context of this requirement, and ChatGPT asking you questions or ideas, advices. Okay, let's move forward. Test design. The same thing. First example, very, very simple requirement and definition of it. But this time, I asked ChatGPT generate CSV files for each test case. What it's all about. Most of QA engineers or most of the world work with a system called Jira or any other similar task tracking systems. Task tracking systems have various of plugins and so on, and the way to work with the test itself, with the test descriptions, with the artifact of test design. One of the formats is a CSV file where we have 3 columns: action, data, and expected result. As simple as that. And I asked ChatGPT to generate results in a specific format to save our time. The format could be any that you would love to see. It's just my example. You may ask JSON or anything else. Depends on you and your organization and your Jira plugin. You want to get a CSV. Okay, please generate separate CSV file for each test case. Format each CSV with the following columns: action, data, and expected result. Use a comma as a separator for CSV file, and use a semicolon, comma to separate data inside the CSV fields. The last part of my prompt about the semicolon is to help ChatGPT to not get provided a bad result, to be honest. ChatGPT is a language model, and it very likes to separate complex part of sentences with a comma, which is very bad in this particular case because we use comma as a separator of our CSV file. Okay, not a big deal. You just need to point that you would like to see another separator for data. That's it. We have a first test. Test accept only digits. Okay, it's even generate our data. Good. Second, reject non-digits character. Good. It even generates our data. It even have a white space as an example. Mixed character. So it uses basic test design techniques, which also good. Love to see it. Third test, empty input. Already similar to white space, but not the same. Separate test, good. Max length, also very good and nice to have in your test portfolio for this simple, very simple requirement. These files cover various types of requirement. Yeah, very well. What with more specific requirements from automotive world? Same prompt, another requirement. We'll see as a first test. Stop, recharge, and disconnect within timeout. Good. It considers that we do have a parameter in our requirement collaboration timeout. It considers the states. Very well. Second one, connect with the collaboration timeout equal 5 seconds. Pretty much the same thing. Consider the same things. Fail test. State ignore and login. So initially, I specifically for this second example used the initial requirement, not improved one that we already have. And with this initial requirement, that lack of specific context and logging advices, we see this test, which also may lead us and advise us to check how our system logging these events and how we work with that. And also, it may raise a lot of questions to development team and to project manager from you. Converting test cases to test rail format. Test rail word in quotation marks, only because test rail is just it's not specifically about test rail itself. As I said previously, it could be any system to say view test design, any plugin in Jira, anything. It's just a broad thing. And to work with the columns, with the CSV files particularly, or with JSON is not a very nature way when you think and create and imagine things to do with your system, how to test it. In that case, I took another test design. It's just some kind of token clarification system for whatever. Just any system with the authorization by tokens. We have a simple description in a TXT or any kind of file. In our regular manner, in a normal manner, we just print text. We print text, what we're gonna do, what we would like to see as a result, an expected result. And we ask ChatGPT to convert this text to a CSV file and to action data and expected result. And we get it by a simple, this exact request. What is important to consider when you work with ChatGPT? I treat it not as a magic or artificial intelligence assistant. I treat it as a database. When you want to get particular result from any database with SQL language, you just specifically point what needs to be done. Select these fields, do this, cast this, and so on, join and whatever. When I work with ChatGPT, I use the same approach. I specifically ask what needs to be done. It cannot think for you. It can also give you a draft of work. It can also give you a vector of thinking for future work. And with this draft of work, for instance, in this particular case, we got a CSV file. If we don't like something, we can change particular columns or rows and etc. But we don't need to create it from scratch. That's the best thing that ChatGPT do for us and for most of the professionals. It do a good draft to work with. And also you may save this prompt for future and reiterate the same task much faster. You already have a thing that you could use. Okay, create test cases from code. The best thing for me, to be honest. Initially, I am a quality assurance automation engineer, and I do not create test design in a separate text file or any CSV file or Excel. I just write code most of the time. Sometimes I can mark for myself something on a paper, but my test design in a code. And when you create a code automation for your tests, you explicitly apply more steps and more situations, more and more, especially when you debug it and make it work. Eventually, you get a lot of new knowledge about system. Regardless, and despite it's a pure software solution or it's embedded in the hardware solution, it doesn't matter. Every systems and every system is unique in some ways, and sometimes work like a mystery or with a box, as simple as that. And creating test cases, I mean, the description of test design and test cases from code is a huge pain for every automation engineer, especially because we simply live in a project that we want to automate as much as possible. That's our goal, that's our task, and that's our primary skill in any company. Okay, I do have Python code with Gummy Bears API testing. It's an old testing task from some company. Doesn't matter much. It's just a Python code based on PyTest with the other steps and steps description. Very well. Let's create prompt. Python code, same thing about CSV file itself, and a couple of more recommendations for ChatGPT. Ensure the test steps are described generically without direct reference to specific function calls, and include verification of system states as a part of expected outcomes. How this last part was created? When I experimented with the ChatGPT at the first place, in test design, ChatGPT just use function calls, which is not very good way to describe and to use in test design, because it's specific things, and it should be general language, natural language of people in test design most of the time. That's why I included this clue for ChatGPT, what needs to be done exactly, and include the verification system of system states as a part of expected outcomes. It's just a clue to include this to expected result. Okay, let's take a look at the result itself. My initial file had two separate test functions, so we have two separate files: test read by ID, test read all.csv. As you might see, here's a description with a general language. We don't have here methods called delete. We see here delete the created bear, not anything else. Read bear info with specific ID, created test, and so on. And that could be just imported to Jira like that, or maybe with the minor changes that you would prefer to do. Also, we see here that we have exact 3 columns that we asked about. And that will help you to just take it and drop it to Jira as well. Code creation from test cases. Long story short, it's just not there yet. Unfortunately, I believe many product managers and project managers would love to see the solution that will create automation just from description or even just from requirements. But to be fair, ChatGPT particularly is not there yet. Good story about ChatGPT and how it works with the code. Recently, at the end of last year, I got an interesting task to try to do, to convert Java test framework with the test cases to Python. In our company, we have a team that primarily use Java as the main development language, and they just created test automation on Java as well, which is not good for everyone else, because primarily test engineers and test automation engineers use Python. Well, I didn't get any success with that. Primarily because ChatGPT need an information about framework itself, and it's a huge amount of lines And for now, ChatGPT doesn't support a big part of code to analyze, and it cannot separate a big file to the good for ChatGPT, for good for its parts, and analyze it parts by part or by chunks, as software developers will tell. It just cannot do that. It just fails, and it kept failing. That's it. So it's not there yet. Maybe at some point. Also, the latest articles about code creation with the ChatGPT highlights the same statement. ChatGPT could you create a draft of code, but it will not give you a ready-to-go web service, to be honest. It most of the time is just faster to do it by yourself, unfortunately, and for now. Okay. Last thing to cover, test data preparation with ChatGPT. A lot of parameterized tests require test data. And to not just create this dictionary in Python by your own, you may just ask ChatGPT to create it by itself for you. So brief explanation of what you need to do and the description of what you need to get. Prepare a dict with the test data for me. Do not forget to include tests with the non-letter symbols, and let's form expected result as a bool true or false. That's just a good thing for us to work with. In future, we'll use this bool results to assert test results and so on. And that's it. Even with the comments. That's not my command. This result completely generated by ChatGPT itself. But I give it a clues what needs to be done because the initial response was not good enough, and I asked to include tests with the non-letter symbols and so on. This test data could be extended by you or by ChatGPT itself if you will ask any specific things and you give them more clues. And that's it. It's just a minute operation, and you have your test data ready to go and ready to use. Let's wrap up. Half an hour almost at its end. We covered that ChatGPT is capable to perform a basic requirement analysis and testing, even to use basic test design techniques. ChatGPT is capable to create a test design from requirements or any other description. Good. ChatGPT is capable to convert general test cases to various specific formats. Remember, CSV that I used in this presentation is just my specific case. That's how we store this test design description in Jira. This is how you may upload it to Jira, and it will be rendered with beautiful steps and so on. Now, ChatGPT is capable to create test cases from code with the specific requirements to format as well, which save a ton of time for any automation engineer, I believe. And ChatGPT is capable to prepare a draft of test data for daily usage. You can use it even if you are not about to automate. You can use it even just for yourself to check. To double check that you consider all the cases, border cases, and so on, overfull, and etc. I guess Q&A session will be later. So that's it. That's all from me for now.
Thanks, Artem. Yeah, it's time to the QA. Let me add to Craig to the scenario. Yeah.
I'm back.
We are together. So let's start with the question. The first one is to Craig. What was the tool used to build the pipeline diagram? I know the answer.
Yeah, so the tool you so that pipeline diagram that I showed wasn't the exact sort of tool that I use. I did get that from another source, but you can get that just from using GitHub. So if you go to GitHub and you follow your pipelines and you see the little text there, it can kind of map that out for you quite nicely.
Okay, a question to Artem. Is the table-driven a good approach, and why?
Could you repeat it, please?
Is a table-driven test a good approach? I think it's connected to create like a table on ChatGPT and say, okay, give me
I see.
create me the test for this one.
It's not necessarily a good approach. It's just a representation of CSV file. Because ChatGPT respond you with the text, and with the text formatted as a CSV strings. I just render it for you to show how it looks like, because the text just separated by comma is not a very good thing to analyze by the eyes. Responding to the initial question, it depends on your company and on your QA lead. If he feels and he thinks that it's the best suits for us, most likely you will follow it. But it's representative, I believe. It's good to have, yeah.
Right. Another question. It's necessary to achieve 100% of code coverage?
No, it's not necessary. I mean, 100% code coverage is really difficult to obtain, particularly with some sort of code things where you're trying to build some sort of mock to be able to increase your coverage. And you often find with code coverage, you can write very few tests to get 50, 60% code coverage, but then to get those last extra sort of stuff requires a lot of effort. That's why I like between 80 to 90%, because it requires a lot of effort to be able to get the unit test in a better position. But pushing 100% is probably a little bit unnecessary, because you might A, never get it, and B, things will still fail even if you've got 100% code coverage, even if it all passes, because we can still assert the wrong thing. So code coverage is not everything, but it is important.
It's connected also with the effectiveness of our test. If you use mutation test or something like that, if you have 100% of code coverage, it's not like my tests are great. Perhaps
exactly.
Your test.
Your test can still be bad. It can still achieve it.
Yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
Next question to Artem. Do you recommend the free version of ChatGPT for the test case creation? And what is the main difference with the buy version, the pay version?
Yeah, to be fair with you, I use the pay version for each example of my presentation, primarily because I wanted to show ChatGPT from the best side, let's say, to provide the best possible example, best possible solution. I didn't test it with the free version, 3.5, but I believe you will get pretty much the same responses, or maybe not far from it. As they described, I mean, OpenAI 4.0 is just faster solution, and it works with the sound and image, which we didn't use today at all. So just give it a shot. I recommend just give it a shot.
Yeah, I use it, the free version, to create some karate scenarios, and it's okay. I give the entire context of the situation and provide me more or less a test with cover most of the things and more of the assertions. And something connected with the AI or ChatGPT is, what is the level of data security when we talk about AI features? when we put something in ChatGPT. Like there are one case that is very famous where the software engineer put something that is not correct on the ChatGPT. So could you give your opinion about this?
Focusing on the question itself, I change every naming of signals or any algorithm that may be very important for my company. I do not put any sensitive information into it. That's my approach. But what ChatGPT declares itself and OpenAI declares itself, they use data, but it's no name. It's undefined data. Unsignature data is just the data. But you will never know how they will use it in the future or how someone else may use their archives. So I would not recommend on this point to use any specific things and data even from your work. And I highly recommend to if you have any API and you work with the API, change keys at least. Yeah, I strongly recommend that.
I have another question to Craig. How much can code smell be ignored while looking at the test coverage?
I don't think it should be ignored for too long. I think it's good to, especially if you're starting a project early, sometimes it's good to make progress and get some things done, just to be able to see something and to be able to, like if you're doing proof of concepts, I'm saying don't worry too much about it, get some stuff out there, but you want to fix that up quite quickly. And I think the reason why is that it creates a lot of long-term maintenance issues. And again, when we're running these things in our pipelines, if we're checking code smells separately and then fixing them over time, it can sometimes be something that you want to try to do. But if you're not trying to push it into a pipeline and having your pipeline manage these things for you, you want it to be as green as possible. And if you want to put that into your pipeline, then you've got to make sure that everything is kind of looking in there. But I think code smells are important. Even if functionally everything is passing, you've got to have a look at how well structured your code is and be able to fix those things that are needed. So it's still an important step.
I have a question connected with this. How you deal with the code smell when you create, for example, imagine that you have a legacy company or something like that. We all work in an old company with legacy things.
Absolutely.
And how we can deal with this and the quality gates. You suggest that create different quality gates depending of the project, depending of the situation, and try to improve the quality. How you can deal with this?
So absolutely. I mean, I work in a really old organization. As I said, we're 179 years old. And we've got some really modern tech stack stuff that we're building, but we're also stuck with some legacy stuff that's been around for 20, 30 years. We're not going to operate the same way through both of them. So we have multiple standards based on where it's at. Some of the newer stuff, we have a fixed standard. So we're like, for all the new stuff, you've got to pass the same sort of rules. You've got to have strict things in place. But for some of our older sort of applications, we're a little bit more lenient on that. We're like, we're not going to expect you to have 80% code coverage when 2 years ago there was 0% code coverage. It's just like, to be able to get that amount of unit tests in place when it didn't exist on a massive application, this is just not feasible. And it's also not everything is going to flow well because they're also that whole sort of not everything was architected for test automation. It was kind of architected differently, and that's a really big step because you won't be able to get as much automation coverage as easily. And then what tests you do have automated tend to be too slow for a pipeline. So we do have a couple of applications where we might have our automated tests still run in a pipeline, but not our CI/CD pipeline. They'll run separately. But those are specific sort of applications that maybe weren't quite designed right historically.
Great. Thank you for your answer. And I have one question, which is a combination for Artem. A straightforward requirement should be easy to test, however. This is often the edge cases that are not easy to spot and generally require experience. So in this case, how can generate AI create diverse and effective test cases automatically, considering various input and edge cases? It's a long question.
Yeah, and it will be a long answer, I believe. I would say you cannot guarantee that generative AI will create a diverse and effective test case automatically for each specific situation. That's for sure. You will always need to carry and catch up with that and analyze what's done by it. But to make it feasible and possible, you need to provide as much context as possible about the system itself and about the application of particular part of the system or specific requirement. Maybe you will need to feed requirements that lay near the requirement that you would like to test, that will clarify the specific terms, states, and etc. In that case, I believe the result will be better.
The key point here is the context. Because I have another question is like, how many information, how many about the context I need to give to ChatGPT or these kind of tools to generate some kind of potable test? Because in most of the cases, most of the people open ChatGPT and say, I want to create a test for this method. Please generate for me. And is it all the context? You don't explain about what is the idea of the method or what is the language that you use and many other things. How many tests, how many, or the quantity of the test that you want to create. What information about the context I need to, the minimal information that I need to specify to ChatGPT to create something that I can use?
For every case, well, let's put it this way: as much as you would like to do before get bored, and as much as you can with respect to your privacy and organization data security concerns. Let's put it this way. This will be the best way to describe it, I believe.
Thanks for your answer. Well, I think we don't have more questions. I think we finished this blog, and I think the next blog will be starting in a couple of minutes. Now, Sia?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Artem, and thank you, Greg, for joining us, for giving these presentations and answering questions. It was a pleasure to cooperate with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye. And yeah, that's the end, actually, of the conference. We don't have next block, but I wanted to ask Andres some questions if he could go back to us.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I saved the questions to your presentation. If you have a couple of minutes, we can run a Q&A with you real quick. Great. So let's start with the first question. In the context of the sudden change of a hotfix, is sanity testing preferable to unit testing?
It's depend of the context and the criticity of the hotfix. If affect, I don't know, entire flow or something that is critical for your company, which imply payment, credit cards, or something like that, I prefer always create a unit testing instead to do a sanity test. But it depends of the criticity. If you have, I don't know, an application or a fix, something that just send emails, and perhaps it's okay. It's not necessary to create a unit test.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Next one. When there are still changes on the application, is the best time to perform unit testing?
I think the best time to do unit testing it's at the beginning of the project, and when we start to create something, you can use TDD or BDD or whatever that you want, but it's the first time. And when more or less you have the entire feature created, it's time to pass to the next step, creating an integration test or an end-to-end test. But you need to know the entire scope of the feature. You need to, okay, I need to send an event, check the database, check if I push a new event, the entire flow. And so more or less, this is the answer.
Great. Thank you for the explanation. Next one is longer. Are all the libraries or tools that introduce open source, for example, local stack, when it simulates most of the AWS services, will it trigger the service and have charges?
Yes, all of these, the tools that I show in my presentation are open source. The idea is that you can use it without pay nothing. And so local stack, Red Hat, Karate is open source. You can use it. You can use it in any context, in any language. I show in my presentation using Java, but you can use test container on Ruby, on, I don't know, .NET or Python or whatever that you want. So are not connected with the language and are open source.
Great. Thank you for the answer. And the last one, how do you test the events, mostly manually, or you have automated E2E cases?
It's a mix. Because if I say in all the cases you create an end-to-end case, it's dependent of the context. In most of the things that you can test, imagine in an API where you can, or you want to check an entire flow, yes, you can create an end-to-end, but in the case that you need to check something outside of the scope of the application, I don't know, an email, if you receive an email or a WhatsApp message or something like that, it's not possible to create an end-to-end test. At some point, you need to create a manual test, or you need to check something inside. Imagine that in the email appear a link, and you need to go to the link and open and check if everything is okay. I don't know, you buy something in an e-commerce website and you receive an email about your order, and you need to click in the link that appears in the email. This is manually. There is not way to automate everything.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer. And that's it. Thank you for being an incredible moderator, great presenter, and thank you for staying with us to answer the questions. Thank you, Andres, for your cooperation.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. And now it's time to wrap up the junior track of QA Global Summit 24. It was a pleasure to hold it, to organize it. We had wonderful conversations. I would like to say big thank you to all of our speakers for taking their time for preparation, for sharing their knowledge with us. We really heard some interesting and important stuff today. So don't miss your chance to grab yourself a ticket for tomorrow. With promo code QA Live, I believe you can use 20% discount and join for the senior day as well. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you for staying with us for the whole junior track, for the whole 6 hours of content, and being active in the chat. It was an incredible experience for me. Thank you.